Okay. The cameras are working, so if you have shenanigans, you better knock it off.
All right, committee, welcome back for another day of your Joint Corporations, Elections and Political Subdivisions Committee. We do have a full agenda today. Like I said yesterday at the close, our goal though is to get you out of here at a decent time and on the road and back to your communities. So we will work diligently towards that. The first topic we have has been a hefty one throughout the interim, and now we've got a product in front of us. We've got 4 bills. You've seen all 4 of these bills, but since it's been a while, we will do a refresher on them. And then this afternoon will be insurance, telecom, and executive orders. So with that, let's jump into housing, and we'll start with 25 LSO 0017, cities, towns, and county regulations. Mr. Anderson.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Josh Anderson, LSO. As you noted, this bill was originally requested out of the Lander meeting, and then the committee looked at a draft in Evanston, was forwarded to this meeting with no amendments. So the bill, Mr. Chairman, starting on page 2 and over to page 3, places some limits on regulations that can be adopted by cities and towns. So in new subsection E on the bottom of page 3, no governing body of a city or town shall restrict who may apply for a building permit, charge building permit fees that exceed reasonably anticipated administrative costs, require minimum lot size of more than 7,000 square feet, require single-family residents to have a garage, require single-family residents to have off-street parking for more than 2 vehicles, or restrict or prohibit the use of natural gas for residential heating or appliances except as necessary for health, safety, and welfare. You'll see in the staff comment there, there are some other fees that are charged especially in some of the larger cities that we looked at. So just a note there for your consideration. And then the remainder of the bill, it does a similar thing for counties. No county may restrict who may apply for a building permit, charge building permit fees that exceed reasonably anticipated costs, or restrict or prohibit the use of natural gas. In the staff comment there, it's noted that the county provisions don't include the same restrictions on single-family residences, primarily because there are some complications with the comprehensive land use planning. And so if the committee wanted to look into that, it might take a little more effort. That's the bill, Mr. Chairman. I'd take any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any questions for LSO? Yes, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman,
Your mic there. Oh, it's lit.
on page 3, lines 11 to 12, they can't restrict who will apply for a building permit. Somebody that is, say, a high school kid that's underage, could they apply, get sent by their family and apply for a building permit under this language?
Mr. Anderson.
I mean, the language is pretty broad there, so I mean, I think arguably they could.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Scott.
On page 3, lines 18 through 20, minimum lot size of, you can't require a minimum lot size more than 7,000 square feet. Other people that are coming after it testify, I'm interested, is this too much? And should we go, that strikes me as pretty large, but the question I have for Josh is, suppose you had a development and you had an odd piece because of the roads or the topography that would make a nice, say, 5,000 square foot lot. These minimum lot sizes are minimums for each lot, would they not be? And they had a 7,000 foot, you couldn't take that piece and use it as a smaller lot because of the topography or something. Is that a right reading of that?
I think so, Mr. Chairman. Again, this would just be, it again would be up to that governing body, so they could certainly have a different requirement. But that would be the maximum minimum they could set. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on page 4, line, it would be starting with 5, restrict or prohibit the use of natural gas for residential heating or appliances, obviously, and what we've seen around the country, that's great. But then it says, except as reasonably necessary to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of the city or town. I guess I struggle with that a little bit because we've been using natural gas for heating and for appliances for forever. And I don't really know how we would sit there and say that. I mean, we've got 96% efficiency furnaces, we've got PVC venting, we've got all of these things. So I guess I see that as a loophole where someone could say, well, for the health and safety, we're just not going to have any gas appliances. So could you speak to that?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. I think the intent there is just to say that I don't think it's intended to restrict them from adopting kind of reasonable safety standards related to that. So I think that was the intent with adding that language.
Mr. Chairman.
You got a follow-up, or are you good? I'm good for that. Senator Boner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question like Senator Scott had on page 3, lines 11 and 12. Just want to make sure I understand. It says that no governing body shall restrict who may apply, but we don't really take a position on whether the application is successful or not. I think getting Senator Scott's point, just because somebody may be, 16 years old applying for a permit doesn't mean that necessarily that they're going to be approved. Is that a correct reading of that language?
Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, I think so, Mr. Chairman. I think the testimony up in Lander is that some cities and counties were having some kind of unreasonable restrictions on who could apply, and so this was just broadly added to say they're wouldn't be enabled to have those broad restrictions.
Senator Scott?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, one comment and one question, if I may.
Sure.
Comment is on the safety reasons on natural gas. We do have an area in the western part of the state where you've got the possibility for a major earthquake. And when the Teton fault lets go in particular, but there's some others over there as well. And they may well want to restrict or have certain safety provisions in natural gas. And I think this language, if I'm reading it right, would give the permission to do that sort of thing. The question I've got relates to lot size. And this is a restriction on the cities as I read it. And what happens when you come from the county where we haven't put a restriction and say they had a minimum lot size that was a little larger, and they get annexed to the city, does that restriction go away? How does that work when there is an annexation, if this bill passes?
Mr. Anderson?
That's a good question, Mr. Chairman. I don't know that it's clear in the bill, and my assumption is that the annexation wouldn't affect, existing properties that were already established outside of the city.
Other questions for LSO? All right, thank you, Mr. Anderson. I know we have Department of Revenue, you're here for the TIF bill mostly. Are you going to testify on any other bill, or is that's it? Okay. All right. All right, who do we have What about our counties? Are our counties gonna, you wanna testify on this, Bill?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Reeman here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. Just to be clear, in terms of the county portion of this bill, that starts on page 6, and it really revolves around 3 provisions on page 7. I would suggest that the first 2 provisions of that section are general operating principles that every county is already abiding by. The third provision there, I would say by and large is unnecessary. And I say that because in 2021, I believe, you all passed a particular set of statutes, one for the municipalities, one for the counties. For the counties, that's statute 18.2.116, which prohibits policies that prohibit connection of electric, natural gas, propane, and et cetera, et cetera. That was 2021 Senate File 152, if you wanted to go and look at that particular piece of legislation. So this particular provision is frankly unnecessary. Mr. Chairman, just because there's been some conversation about minimum lot sizes, I'm trying to get you some additional data, but there are some counties that do restrict the minimum lot size. It's generally related to 2 things. One is sewer and water connections and wastewater disposal. So you'll see that in many counties. I'm thinking of the Converse County, Sheridan County, a few others that have that issue and have set generally acreage size minimum lots. The other one that comes to mind is here in Laramie County, and they're within a groundwater control area for the Madison Aquifer and trying to adhere to state engineer principles for minimum lots in the outlying area where you're going to be accessing groundwater rather than connecting into the municipal system. So in that case, they've set minimum lots consistent with the state engineer's recommendation of 5 1/4 acre. So I would ask that you not try and adopt those sorts of principles into this legislation or frankly 2 counties, because it does have some impacts on our ability to address some of those other critical issues that exist out in the county. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions, committee? Did you say this was a good bill?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's an unnecessary bill.
Unnecessary bill. All right. Provision number 2 is that the cost for the building permit can't exceed administrative costs for a building permit. What, do you have an idea of what that even on average looks like? I'm just curious.
Mr. Chairman, we put together a document for the Regulatory Reduction Task Force that includes all of this information. I don't have that directly in front of me. I'm not aware of any testimony to this point that suggested that the county fees are absorbent and would be outside of this, but I'm happy to provide that information to the committee if it's helpful.
Mr. Anderson?
And Mr. Chairman, that document is linked in the staff comment at the end of this bill. If you're on the online version of the bill, you can find that document there.
Oh, I see it. Perfect. We got it then. Thank you. All right, thanks for your testimony. How about our towns and cities and towns?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
My name is Bob McLaurin. I'm with the Wyoming Association of Municipalities, and we appreciate the opportunity to comment on 25 LSO 17. We realize that municipalities are creatures of the state, and we look forward to working with you and the legislature to develop legislation that improves the lives of Wyoming residents and businesses. Having said that, we have some serious concerns about this bill. This bill preempts local elected officials from making land use decisions about their individual communities. It establishes a one-size-fits-all approach to planning and zoning across the state, and it does not recognize the needs and uniquenesses of each of our 99 cities and towns. It violates one of WHAM's principal tenets that we believe local land use decisions are made best by local elected officials. We believe this bill violates the intent and the spirit of Article 13, Section 1 of the Wyoming Constitution, which provided home rule for cities and towns. This amendment stated that all cities and towns are empowered to determine their local affairs and governance as established by ordinance and passed by the governing body. The powers and authority granted to cities, towns pursuant to this section shall be liberally construed for the purpose of giving the largest measure of self-government to cities and towns. That constitutional amendment was passed in the 70s, and it passed by 76% of the Wyoming residents that voted in that election. So the people of Wyoming strongly believe that their local elected officials are best suited to make land use decisions about their communities. You talked about the restriction on revenues. Jeremiah mentioned Senate File 152, which already preempts natural gas. Finally, I'll let you know that the Regulatory Reduction Task Force talked about this bill extensively and chose not to move it forward. They moved forward a number of bills, but this was one they did not deem necessary to move forward. For these reasons, WHAM opposes this bill. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions, Representative Chadwick, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So how, for our edification, how do you respond to the many statements that we've all heard about cities, towns, and counties getting in the way of much needed housing being built?
Mr. Chairman, I have attended, Representative Chadwick, I've attended most of those meetings, and I have heard, I believe, almost all of those statements. My perception, and I may be wrong, is 95% of the comments that you received about the impediments that cities are putting in the way of affordable housing has been directed at one municipality. And that would be a municipality up in the northwest part of the state. So I don't believe that if you look across the state of Wyoming and all the permits and approvals, I wouldn't, and this is a guess, there's probably 5,000 permits a year, 4,000 permits a year issued across the state of Wyoming. And granted, some of them have been problematic, but the vast majority of those developments proceed in a timely manner. Often there's frustration when applications are incomplete. But so we don't believe that it's a systemic problem statewide. Are there problems and an occasional problem or two with a municipality or two? Yes, we're all human and people make mistakes. But we do not believe that this is a problem that warrants passing statewide legislation to dictate how cities and counties zone their communities. I mean, much like the state of Wyoming doesn't like the federal government telling us what to do with the land at Rock Springs, the local governments, the local elected officials are closest to the people on the ground. And if a city council does something that they don't like, they hear about it not just at the council meeting. They hear it at church, they hear it at the post office, they hear it at the bar and the coffee shop. So we don't believe it's a problem, sir. A serious problem.
Any follow-up? You good?
Can't take your picture. That's okay. Mr. Chairman, let's go into a friend of mine.
Senator Landon.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Bob, thanks for being here this morning. I wondered along the way if some of the concern rests in some of the codes and things. What kind of impact can the cities or the counties have with respect to the need to put 14 smoke detectors in an apartment? Those sorts of issues. I hear, that's what I hear about is the electrical and the plumbing. And with all due respect to our journeymen out there, I think they're being required sometimes to what seems to be overkill. What can you tell me about that?
Bob?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, I agree with that, sir. You know, the IBC, the UBC, the fire code, plumbing code, when I was a working city manager, we would regularly, the building official or the fire marshal would bring this forward and go, you know, this is the latest UBC code, we need to adopt that. I think that it's something worth exploring. I question, once you start, and I think we have the fire marshal in the room, he may be better at answering this than I, but once you start deviating from those codes, I wonder how much liability you're exposing your entity to. But I completely agree, you know, whether it's extra fire exits or you know, plumbing codes. But I will tell you a story. I once had a fellow, one place where I worked, took me to breakfast in a hotel, and he pointed out that there were fire escape signs on the ground, and he was pointing and he was laughing. Why would they do something stupid like that? Well, 4 months later, there was a fire on the 4th floor, and I was up there with the fire department, and there was smoke from the ceiling down to just about 4 feet. And you could, if you were crawling out of that building on your hands and knees, you would want to see that exit. So I agree. And I think we have an obligation to say, where can we go on a case by case and make this better for our local community? But I think we have to be careful with respect to some of the liability issues when you deviate from the national codes.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Representative Chadwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So from my remembrance, I recall cities, towns, and counties deviating from those national, international codes on a pretty routine basis, and they do have the power to do so. Is that correct?
I believe so, sir.
Senator Scott?
Chairman, got a Casper. As I go around town, I see a lot of new developments with pretty expensive houses being built on them and pretty large lot sizes on them. So one of my questions is, does Casper have a minimum lot size, or there's some other economic factors driving what I'm seeing? And second, Mr. Chairman, as I was growing up in Casper, there was a lot of supply that came on the market of what I would call starter houses, small lots, relatively small houses that young families could get into. And they didn't necessarily stay there, but they were very useful to have, and we still have them. And the question is, in something like the standard edition or the lots that were built on the old CY Ranch, Hay Meadows, down next to the fairgrounds and whatnot, what was the lot size on those things?
If you know,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, thank you for the question.
maybe start by gotta introduce yourself. for the
No
record.
problem. Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. My name is Carter Napier. I'm the city manager in Casper. And very fortunate to be able to join my colleagues here to be able to talk to this piece of legislation. But to speak to the question more specifically, thank you for that question, Senator. The reality is the city of Casper has a variety of lot sizes available pursuant to the respective zoning classification that a subject property may be in. So for example, with regard to some of our single-family zoning classifications, a property owner could have a lot size anywhere from 7,000 to 11,000 square feet in size. Those are typically the R1 type designations, if that sounds familiar to you, Senator. When you get into the more dense classifications, we start to get into lot sizes that could be in the neighborhood of 4,000 square feet, which, as you might imagine, would be a lot more consistent with the development you were describing by the fairgrounds. And in some cases can be even smaller when you're talking about twin homes and so forth that you're probably seeing in your mind's eye with regard to that development by the fairgrounds. So we in Casper have a wide variety of lot sizes and options for people with respect to the classification that exists with a property that someone may be interested in. If that answers your question.
Mr. Chairman, it helps.
Good. Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick 30,000-foot view kind of question to the city manager from Casper. Just having this conversation, I think, can be helpful. Do you feel like it is down at the local government level? Is this kind of thing something that can spawn some conversations about looking in the mirror and anything we can do on the housing front? I just, if we don't do something at this level, for example, do you feel like it's something that's gotten enough traction that local governments might be visiting about this? Or have they already been? Housing is a big issue in Wyoming.
Mr. Napier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, thank you for that question as well. I do think there's some value in being introspective with regard to regulation in particular that may be a hindrance to development. You will probably be familiar, Senator, with regard to the conversation that surrounds the development work taking place in the old Yellowstone district adjacent to the downtown area of Casper. We utilize what we call a form-based code in that particular area. And we are currently, as a matter of fact, hearing from developers that at this point in time, after 15 years of the form-based code being in place, it may be not as useful as it once was when we initially implemented that code. Therefore, we are talking directly to developers to try to understand what it is that we can do to be more catalytic in terms of spurring development in that critical part of our community. Furthermore, however, we've been very intimately engaged with regard to the efforts that have taken place on a statewide basis as it relates to things that we may need to do on a local level to change things on a broader basis throughout our community, not just in one portion of our development areas, so that we can be, again, a catalyst for seeing development throughout our community, because we do need more options as it relates to housing, particularly as it relates to affordable housing. And so Casper is all in on that conversation. And we are doing what we can. I just described to Senator Scott the efforts to adjust lot sizes. We are also adjusting setbacks and so forth. So easements are as minimal as possible so that we can create larger building envelopes within smaller lot sizes and so forth. We are trying to be engaged. We are trying to look inwardly, if you will, at our regulations to try to help be a part of the answer and solution for some of these issues that vex us. Having said that, however, I do think Mr. McLaren's comments about local control and local guidance on these matters is just critical to navigate these things, given that each community and each county and each development area throughout the state all have particular nuances that are different and are driven, if they're done right, by local guidance and involvement. And that's certainly what we do in Casper. Thank you.
Yeah, to me, one of the biggest impediments when it comes to affordable housing is the lot size. It seems to me that the ability to build small homes on small lot sizes is a easy fix to an affordable housing crisis. But it's your opinion that the communities are pretty responsive to that minimum lot size. There's not any communities in Wyoming where it's posing an issue?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your question and engaging us here. I appreciate that. I am not prepared to say that there aren't issues throughout the state of Wyoming. I do feel pretty comfortable in saying that most communities that I work with and work around and are able to enjoy work with are working very diligently to try to understand what the impediments are at a local level that can be adjusted and dealt with in order to help be a catalyst for building. It seems to me that there are far more communities that are wanting to stimulate development than there are communities wanting to bar development and prevent development. I think the prevention of development is by far the exception than the rule with cities and towns. Cities and towns that I'm familiar with in Wyoming want to see growth, want to see development, want to see people being able to live affordably and comfortably in their communities.
Great, thank you. Senator Boner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate, excuse me, Mr. Napier's comments. I think he's kind of getting on the right track of recognizing that just because maybe there's outside forces that are contributing to this housing crisis, wherever they may be, labor shortages of material, these different challenges doesn't mean that they can't be part of the solution in making things better. And so I'm curious if maybe WHAM would be able to put together a list of concrete steps that municipalities have taken in recent years to ease this crisis. I've heard, it sounds like the city of Casper is at least talking about it. I wonder what has actually changed. And I wonder if that would be a good, that'd be information I would appreciate, because it's one thing to talk about doing something to help with this crisis. I'd be interested to see what's actually happened. And obviously there's a lot of building frustration here to make sure that our municipalities are responding to these challenges, because I can tell you that, it's not just a Teton County issue. It's something that's statewide. We're all feeling it in Douglas, Cheyenne, Casper, throughout the state. And so I hopefully I want to learn more about what concrete steps municipalities have taken to ease this crisis. I think that WHAM would be pretty well positioned to put together some sort of documentation that shows in concrete terms what our municipalities have done. So I'm wondering if maybe somebody that's representing WHAM could give us a broader view of some of the things we've heard from the city manager from Casper. Are there any other examples of concrete steps that municipalities have taken to make things better?
Bob?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, we'd be happy to provide you a list. I know in my town, I live on a little cul-de-sac on a 5,000 square foot lot. The house across the street just sold, and they're going to put 3 units where there was 1 house. So the town of Jackson has increased density. The comprehensive plan in the town of Jackson says that, in Teton County, basically states that all development goes inside of the town, and outside of the town is primarily for wildlife habitat and second homeowners. Just kidding, wildlife. But so we have significantly, and as a resident of East Jackson, you know, it's there. I have every once in a while, I get a little concerned about it because it's getting a little crowded. But yes, these cities are reducing lot sizes. We are increasing densities. As Carter said, cities want to grow. Granted, there's maybe one in the northwest part of the state, a little bit different, but most of the cities are actively seeking growth and development. And the other thing that WAM is working on is we're trying to work with our members to talk about organizational culture and create a culture of service so that when someone comes in, you might not be able to do it this way, but let's figure out how we can get you to where you want to go by some other direction. So it's not just no, get out of here. It's this doesn't work. Let's see if we can do it. Get you to the place where you need to go by another means.
Great.
But we'll be happy to, Mr. Chairman, we'll be happy to try to put something together that shows the active steps, because I know Lander's done some stuff, Jackson's done some stuff, Casper's done some stuff.
I think that would be really helpful for us. Something that we can, when we're in that conversation with our constituency, that we can relay to them. Yeah. Mayor Collins, did you want to weigh in?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. You asked about things that municipalities are doing. When I first got elected. I'm Mayor Patrick Collins from Cheyenne. I apologize. When I first got elected, we formed an affordable housing task force. I recognized the need for more housing, but you know, I'm a bicycle mechanic. I did not understand the housing industry, and so we put together a really robust group. From that, we got a list of recommendations of things that we needed to do differently. We've also met with and read the WCDA's report and all the recommendations that came from there. I've met at least 6 or 7 times with the Harbor Group that you guys hired, Eric and his team, to talk about housing and the things that come from there. We've made 14 specific changes to our Uniform Development Code to address that. So you're talking about lot sizes. We got rid of the minimum lot size in most of our districts. And this last week on Friday, I met with the developer, and his plan is to build 50 houses on 2,700 square foot lots. There'll be 900 to 1,100 square foot houses. They're slab on grade. They'll be hopefully less than $300,000. Specifically because we changed our rules, they can do that. We added a cottage lot. A cottage lot is like a garage with a housing unit on top of it. It's or something like that, very small. They can be clustered together, and they have a small area of open space that they use jointly, but they're very, very tight. Just a couple of months ago, we approved 90 of those at one of our city council meetings. Our apartments, we had a minimum of 1,600 square feet of land area for every apartment unit. So it made our apartments really large. We got rid of that. We have no minimum requirement now for density for apartments. So now a developer can build single family or 1-bedroom apartments that are small enough that it can be affordable. We got rid of them. We had a requirement that you had to have 30% of the front of your building needed to be stone or brick on affordable housing units, multifamily units. We got testimony from the Wyoming Housing Network on a project they were building here called Robbins Point that added $400,000 to the cost of her project. We eliminated that. You still have to have some. You can't just be all plain white. You can have the same material but different angles and different colors, but to do those kinds of things. We looked at our parking requirements and realized that the number of parking spaces we were asking for in apartments was causing the cost of apartments to be too high, so we lowered and reduced that. So based on all the stuff that you guys have given us, the tools like WCDA's tools, the folks from Harvard, they said we should have no zoning, just let anybody do whatever. I shared with them, I don't want to live in a town like that. But the things they brought us have been very, very powerful. And on my governing body, we've struggled with some of these things. It's been knockdown, drag out arguments about, do you want that living next door to you? But in the end, we passed them all. And so we're taking the advice in the information you're giving us, and we're making strategic changes to our development codes specifically to build more housing. Just to brag just for a second, because I have the microphone, thank you. Microsoft came to us and wanted to build a business park. We did all the entitlements in 55 days. We annexed it, we zoned it, we changed the land use, we platted it in 55 days. When you say that there's problems in the communities with not being responsive in getting things done in a timely manner, I would like to push back. We're doing that. I think most communities in this state are. I think there is the richest county in America that has some unique challenges that maybe is a little different, but the rest of us, we're really doing the things that I think you want us to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Any questions for Mayor Collins? What is the minimum, you talked about these, the small developments that came in. Did you get rid of the minimum lot size altogether, or did you just adjust it? What does it look like right now?
Mr. Chairman, we have no minimum lot size in most of our zone districts for like single-family homes or twin homes. You still have to meet the setbacks, so these homes will be 10 feet apart. You have to have your primary residence has to be 5 feet from the side, has to be 15 feet from the street. So you have to meet the setbacks, but as long as you can fit it on there. So the homes that they're building are 16 feet wide, and they'll be on 27-foot wide lots. And I can't remember the depth, I can't do the math in my mind, but
That's okay.
yeah, they're on small. So they took basically a regular lot, divided it in half, and then they built an alley in the back, so you can put the garages in the back so that they would fit. So they're pretty dang small.
Gotcha. Okay.
By the way, just one more thing I forgot to say. We also allow now accessory dwelling units in almost all of our zone districts too. So you can have an apartment in your home, or you can build a second home on your lot, again, to try to create the density.
Perfect. Sounds like we are doing some things out there, which is good. I mean, we continue to hear that it's an issue, and I think it's going to take quite a lift to get us to a place where we're actually curbing some of the affordable housing issues, but it sounds like everyone's chipping in except for maybe one county. Representative Yin?
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to chime in?
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I think a lot of the stuff in the bill draft, I don't know if you want to talk about, go into discussion on the bill draft, or let Wham go first.
You're okay if there's something you want to mention, yeah.
I think basically what I would say is that a lot of this bill draft is really focused at single-family residential zoning. I live next to the library. I live in a 2-bedroom condo that is less than 1,000 square feet, so it's going to be smaller than those little cottage homes that are going to go in that lot. I do have parking spaces, but my unit goes for $800,000. So I see my neighbors not be able to ever afford a house. So they're going to be permanent renters because they're never going to be able to afford a down payment unless an affordable housing unit gets built, and then they're able to afford a down payment on something that's deed restricted for workers, so it can't be a second home, et cetera. So our markets are just kind of a little different in Teton County, where if it is a free market unit, someone who is born and raised in Teton County is never going to be able to afford that unit. Basically never, ever, ever, ever going to be able to do it unless they hit the lottery, right? And so that's why we have something like an affordable housing program in Teton County to be able to solve those issues. But if we're talking about only affecting single-family residences, I don't know if this bill is necessarily going to solve it. I have ideas. I mean, I have an amendment if we are going to move on the bill of things that I would like to see, but are we actually solving the housing problem by doing this? In Teton County, I would say this doesn't solve the housing problem in Teton County, and I think it's clear it's not going to solve the housing problem in other communities. So that's my only statement. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for letting me be here. My name is Kelly Millar, and I serve as the clerk treasurer for the town of Upton. Our minimum lot sizes are already 7,000 square feet.
We're having a hard time hearing you. If you want to get close to that mic for us.
Sorry, thank you. The minimum lot sizes in the town of Upton that has no zoning and is still the best town on earth So it is a nice place to live. Our minimum lot sizes are already 7,000 square feet, and we would need to go smaller to be able to add any density. Not that people are knocking down our door for that by any means, but we would need to go smaller to be able to accommodate that. We've visited with a couple of different developers out of Casper, some of our local guys. Their problem isn't the expense of a permit or the timing of a permit. Their problem is ROI. And that's something that's not necessarily unique to us, but that probably doesn't happen in the northwest corner of the state. And just Wyoming, the local governments are really protective of that local decision-making capability for a good reason. And I would say for any questions.
Any questions for the greatest town in Wyoming, Upton?
Best
Wyoming?
town on earth.
Best. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for coming down. I know that's a bit of a drive. I mean, I think all of us want to see less regs, right? We want to see less regulations on builders, on people, but do you think kind of a one-size-fits-all swath works for Upton, Wheatland, Cheyenne, Jackson? Give me your heart on that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harrelson, no, it never does. It doesn't serve the people of Wyoming, and it doesn't serve me in Weston County or in Upton. That blanket one-size-fits-all creates more unintended consequences than it solves problems.
Go Chairman Case.
Mr. Chairman, just one comment. I'm supposed to say, hi, Kelly, looking good.
Thank you,
Your
Mr.
friend.
Chairman.
All right. We have a mutual friend.
Wow.
I actually have friends.
I'm impressed by that fact. Did you want to testify, sir?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. My name is Stephen Cathy. I am the mayor of Casper. I fully support everything that our city manager, Carter Napier, mentioned to you folks. The other thing that I would like to stress is that basically we as Wyoming and the Wyoming legislature get very upset at Washington, D.C. sending down mandates that they don't understand our particular needs in Wyoming. We as the cities, and particularly Casper, kind of feel that same way about the legislature telling us what to do when we are already actively trying to accomplish the affordable housing issues with the smaller lot sizes and all of those types of things. So I just want to let you know that the electeds and the council are fully behind Mr. Napier and that we feel that this bill is totally unnecessary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee.
Thank you, Mayor Cathy, for your comments. Any questions, Senator Landon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mayor, I thank you. I don't really have a question, Mr. Chairman. I hope with a little latitude. I wanted to just say that I think the legislature's keeping you pretty busy this interim. I wanted to thank you for all the efforts that you put in on behalf of the Judiciary Committee as we look at things like homelessness and the squatters issue and, you know, some things that are pretty near and dear to the heart on that front too. But appreciate you making the trip down today as we try to get arms around a pretty tough issue that sounds like we're doing a lot of work back home. So thank you.
You bet. And I apologize for not being here earlier. I had some commitments last night after our council meeting. So trying to get up and get down here this morning was 4:30, get up, and you know how that goes on the drive. So
I've
thank
made
you
that
all.
trip a few times, Mr. Chairman.
I've
so-
made that trip a few times.
You bet. So thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate it. And ladies, I apologize to the ladies as well.
Representative Ottman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you again for being here. And not to single you out, but I just thought this would be a question that I would like. Do you see in your community and possibly with other mayors and stuff like that, what is the thought process on building permit fees? Is that something that we see as a source of income for that department, or do you feel like people are realizing that that in itself is one of the issues?
Mayor Cathy?
Chairman, Madam, basically, we try to set our building fees based on the cost of the project. which normally the cost of the project winds up reflecting the time that it's going to take to analyze the project. If we're looking at a single-family housing, it's not all that much. If we're looking at a 6-story apartment building, it's going to take a lot longer to analyze, a lot more in-depth, a lot more review process. So obviously the fee is going to be a little bit higher, but I don't see that as a deterrent to the affordable housing issue. We do not figure that as a particular prime revenue source. We do figure it into our budget, but by the same token, we're not going that, okay, we have to make X number of dollars on building permits.
All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, committee.
Any other testimony in the room?
Mr. Chairman, David Bush, Black Hills Energy. I'll try to be brief. We've been talking a lot about electricity that passed yesterday, but as many of you also know, that Black Hills Energy does serve many of your communities with natural gas. So as it has already been pointed out by the counties and I think some others, if the committee would be interested in moving this legislation forward, we would ask that you would strike those provisions on the natural gas as they are redundant. 15.1.132 covers the cities, and 18.2.116 covers the counties already in statute. We worked with Senator Dockstader in 2021 to get that legislation passed, and feel that it's more than adequate. So I don't want to waste any more time. If there's any questions, happy to answer it about natural gas bans across the country, but I think most of the committee is probably pretty aware of what's happening there, so.
Questions for Mr. Bush? Senator Scott.
What were the references again?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, 15.1.132 is the cities, and the counties is 18.2.116. And it was 2021 general session, 2021, not the special session. Senate File 152 was the original legislation.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bush.
Thank you.
Any other testimony? We're going to go online. We have some people with their hands raised. If you want to testify and you're online, go ahead and raise your hand. And I will just say, for those getting ready to testify, hopefully you're presenting something new or different to us. I think the committee is very well aware of the cities, towns, and counties' desire to exercise local control. And I think we're aware of the reality that some things are being done. So try not to make any of the testimony redundant. Okay, let them in. Did you let Mr. Schwartz in as well? All right, whoever can light up their camera and their mic first gets to testify. Oh, there we go. You're the winner.
Is that City of Lander? I have Mayor Monty Richardson and Regine Strube-Fossen, Assistant Mayor. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. Lander has actively been involved in changing our zoning and building codes since about 2019. In 2019, we participated in the Wyoming Business Council and was a test subject for the Wyoming Business Council's housing toolkit. And that resulted in some lot size changes among some other small changes to our zoning code. Since that time, the mayor and council has directed the Planning Commission to come up with a zoning ordinance that actively increases our housing opportunity here in the city of Lander. And recently, we've looked at the Governor's Task Force Housing Opportunity Report and come up with a number of changes similar to everyone else, Casper and Cheyenne. Setbacks, building heights, additional residential units on lots, and lot sizes. So trying to think where I'm at here. So we're currently ready for a second reading of our second round of zoning changes. We have reduced lot sizes. Our minimum lot size in a graduated zone, our more dense zones, is 3,750 square feet. And our R1 or single family residential is 7,500 square feet. So as a graduated zoning regimen, there's plenty of opportunity in Lander to build a house here. Lander, like Cheyenne and Casper and so many other cities, does use a percentage of valuation to charge for our building permit fees. And that's in accordance with something that's required or suggested by the international codes that we've adopted in our city. We do recognize, like Senator Bonner said, that relaxing our zoning and building codes is a very small portion of the housing opportunity here in Lander. The cities themselves cannot address things like land costs, mortgage rates, infrastructure capacity, those kinds of things. And every time in the city of Lander that we increase a regulation, Fremont County does not have any building and zoning regulations. So we are pushing our taxpayers out into the county. So we're very aware of that. I would be happy to answer any questions from the committee. And thank you for this opportunity.
Questions for the city of Lander? No? All right. Well, we appreciate you joining us and your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Schwartz, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I regret that I was unable to come to Cheyenne for the meeting today. I was able to attend the Regulatory Reduction Task Force last week. Similar conversation. I believe Jackson is the unnamed city in the northwest part of the state that's been referred to repeatedly here. And I'd just like to say,
Andy.
Excuse me? Yes.
We all know who you are, of course, but the record does not.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Chairman. My name is Andy Schwartz. I represent the town in the northwest part of the state that goes unnamed, which is Jackson.
All right, very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling that to my attention. I'm going to start with a general comment. I really commend the committee for considering the bills that I think will enable the state of Wyoming to use its resources to help deal with housing issues throughout the state. I have concerns about this particular bill. I'm not sure it is the role of the state to get into local zoning issues, specifically the 7,000 square foot minimum lot size. In the town of Jackson, the standard lot size is 50 by 150, so that's 7,500 square feet. And as I understand how this legislation would work, fundamentally, I think that creates a lot of non-conforming lots in the town of Jackson. I understand the intent is to deal with newly created lots, but if you were trying to purchase a non-conforming lot, my concern there is that lending institutions are not comfortable with that. And given the difficulty for people to purchase anything in Jackson at a reasonable price, creating difficulties in getting a mortgage is just adding to the problem. What we've done in our community, and I think you're all aware, and Representative Yin alluded to it, we create deed restricted housing, which only, and I won't get into the details of how we define it, but only members of the workforce are eligible to buy them. The price is often restricted. We've created over 1,700 units like that, which is a pretty significant number. Right now, the town council is considering the development on a lot across the street from Mr. Yin's condominiums to add another 200. But once again, they will all be deed restricted. And a large part of that funding is coming through the special purpose excise tax, where the community is willing to tax themselves to deal with the housing issue, but recognizes that the free market is not going to be able to address the needs to house our workforce. So in conclusion, I would just say this bill is one I would not that I would recommend you not to move forward. The other three I'm much more positive about, and I would happily stand for any questions.
Questions for Mr. Schwartz? No? Maybe one from Representative Ottman?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Schwartz, good to see you, Andy. What I was wondering is, can you give me an idea of, just for information, the price for the rental units with the deed restricted units? Price per month for those people? Thank you.
Mr. Schwartz?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Ottman, and it's nice to see you as well. I don't know the specific numbers off the top of my head. I can get them to you, but it's actually not one set price, because a lot of the work we do is there's different income categories, and the rents would then be based on your income category. But I can guarantee you, compared to free market rents in Jackson, they're quite reasonable.
All right, thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Any other testimony online? All right, bring it back to the committee. Senator Barlow?
Mr. Chairman, so it was mentioned a little bit about the regulatory task force had reviewed this bill. So is it my understanding that we received this bill without a recommendation, or was there a recommendation? And how many times did they actually hear the bill? And I don't know if one of our staff members maybe assist with that, but I just want to be clear about why. I mean, I know we've had this bill before, but it went elsewhere, and it's now coming, or now we have it again. So thank you.
Right, yeah, I'll punt to Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Barlow, yeah, the Regulatory Reduction Task Force heard 3 of the housing bills. One of them was not sponsored by the committee at the last meeting. And then this one and the Regulatory Reduction Task Force took no action on either of those bills. And then one of the bills later today, I believe 24, they recommended do pass on that one. But the other two, they took no action on, including this one.
So, Josh, we have 4 bills. What was do you know what was the other one that they took no action on? Was that TIF or WCDA?
So Mr. Chairman, 1 second. It was one of the bills that we don't have before us today,
okay.
that we
already nixed.
killed at the last meeting.
Okay. Mr. Chairman. Thank you. All right, committee. I already sense the direction of the committee with this bill, I think. There's no desire to move this bill forward.
Oh, I'll move.
Oh, Senator Scott would like to move the bill. Okay, it's been moved. We'll need a second. Need a second. Calling for a second, no second. All right, I don't think that's going anywhere, Senator Scott. All right. Let's move on. Committee will move on to 25 LSO 0018, the WCDA bond investments. Mr. Anderson.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman. Josh Anderson, LSO. This is 25 LSO 18, working draft 0.5. This is another bill that was originally requested out of the first meeting in Lander and then was discussed by the committee at the last meeting in Evanston and forwarded to this meeting with no amendments. See, the first couple of changes are just conforming changes, and then the substance of the bill is on page 4. Provides that the state treasurer is authorized to invest and keep invested not to exceed $60 million for monies available in the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund Reserve Account in bonds issued by the WCDA pursuant to 97106A6, and the limitation on specific public purpose investments shall not apply to investments made under this section. You can see on page 5, the top of page 5 in the staff comment, what those bonds are under 97106A6. The WCDA may adopt a program to or issue bonds to purchase mortgage loans or make loans to mortgage lenders. If the authority finds that the mortgage lending resources are not sufficient and the loan to lenders or mortgage will promote better housing in the state. And just one additional note, Mr. Chairman, we did hear at the last meeting some testimony that the reserve account was likely the wrong source for these funds, but that was what the original request was, so that still remains in the bill. So that's the bill, Mr. Chairman. I'd take any questions.
Questions for Mr. Anderson? Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, has there any calculation been made as to how much this will cost the general fund? Because presumably the interest rates are lower on these, otherwise we wouldn't have to legislate it. And the money from the permanent fund goes to the general fund.
Mr. Anderson?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe we've done a fiscal impact on this yet.
Representative Newsom?
Thank you. Josh, you mentioned that the Permanent Mineral Trust Reserve account may not be the account that would be the best one. Is there a recommendation for a different account?
Mr. Anderson?
I might defer to other people behind me. I think there might be someone here from the Treasurer's office that could answer that better. I just know that the testimony was that the reserve account is intended to be a liquid account, and these would be non-liquid investments.
Great, we'll hopefully take that question up when the Treasurer's office comes up to testify. Any other questions for LSO? All right, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Let's hear from our Treasurer's office. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee. I'm Dawn Williams, Deputy State Treasurer. Ordinarily, Patrick Fleming, he's our expert Chief Investment Officer, would be here to join you, but he is unable to attend today. But he did give me some things that he'd like me to share with you about the bill. Unfortunately, we have not calculated the amount of the lost general fund. However, you are correct, Senator Scott, that it would be significantly less based on the way that our investments have been performing lately. But that is the case with all public purpose investments, right? So we just have a couple of things that Patrick and I discussed and that we'd like to share with you. At your last meeting, the WCDA testified that when they go to market with a bond issue, they're oversubscribed, which means that there are more buyers than there are bonds to sell. So we don't know how it doesn't appear to us that the Treasurer's office making this investment is a value add to the process. Second, as Josh alluded to or said, if we were involved, we would not choose to invest in this kind of a bond. It's an illiquid investment, and our reserve accounts, and it is directed that the reserve accounts would be the one that would purchase these bonds, and the reserve accounts are liquid by their very nature. So then you might say, well, okay, let's not use the reserve account. Let's just use maybe the PMTF permanent fund. Well, when we are evaluating investment vehicles for our permanent funds, of course, we're back to the return on investment for those funds. Most illiquid investments have higher returns or yields than the bonds would. So the way it's structured right now, we would not purchase these bonds. That wouldn't be moreover, it's a small amount. We don't make purchases in the amount of $60 million. I know that sounds, I don't know if elitist is the right word, but that's, for a $30 billion fund, $60 million, just put it in perspective, is a smaller amount for us. These types of bonds are usually bought by investors who buy and hold them, and they're not institutional bonds, which is the kind of bonds that we purchase normally. And finally, Mr. Chairman, since the language in this bill is permissive, we believe it's only fair to say that we would not elect to make this kind of investment. It's contrary to our investment principles, where our duty is to invest the state's funds to the highest risk-adjusted reward. So obviously, if you change the language to shall, we will do it. But we do make the request that you would change it from the permanent fund reserve account to the permanent fund. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Questions from Ms. Williams, Senator Landon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome home, Don. It's good to see you. Can you give me an idea of other ways in which the legislature or the government invests in itself in the state of Wyoming? For a long time, I've wondered, and some of my colleagues and I have visited about, are there other ways that we can use the resources of our state in a more advantageous way? I totally get, and thank you for the caution. This is a policy consideration for us today. Do we lower the expected yield and the dividends and interest in the name of something that we deem to be maybe a little more important? Besides this housing consideration today, that we might invest in ourselves and try to help our citizens to get into some homes, what are some of the other things that we do other than just using the dividends and interest? Can you give me an idea on that front? What do we invest in that is a direct benefit to Wyoming?
Ms. Williams?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Senator Landon. Are you speaking like what are the other kinds of public purpose investments that we make directed by the legislature? So those are things like farm loans. You have directed the veterans skilled nursing facility, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. There are several. We have the large loan project fund, the ad valorem tax loan program. There's one more that I'm trying to think, but things of that nature where the policy decision of the legislature has been to say, we'll set aside these funds and direct them for these public purposes and forego the interest on those investments to the benefit of the Wyoming folks. We do a report on that that's actually due on November 1st. And so the Wyoming Business Council makes those loans. The Office of State Lands and Investments, we have several of those, the leasing projects, water development funds. We have the Gillette Madison Pipeline Project, which was an example of how we diverted state funds to help a community. So there's a number of programs that I'm sorry, they're not all coming to the top of my mind, but the legislature has been actively involved in assisting communities through the permanent loans from the permanent fund.
Mr. Chairman, I knew that Don would help us remember some of those things, and so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Senator Scott, follow up?
Mr. Chairman, do you have a total of all those investments that are currently have been made, not just authorized, but have actually been made? And off the top of your head, do you remember the farm loan figure?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, I don't remember the number. I think we're at 400 million out of the 1 billion that is authorized. Up to we can be public purpose. Well, the legislature has regulated itself up to $1 billion of public purpose investments, and I think we have outstanding around 400 million.
Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I asked about the farm loan because I'm sort of interested in total as a farmer, and I think that program is almost gone away in terms of total loans. Most people have gone to the commercial market.
Mr. Chairman, that I would agree with Senator Scott. Because of the loan interest rates its utilization conceivably, because the rates have gone up now, could be more more utilization in those farming loans. And that program was instituted in the 1980s when the interest rates were so exorbitantly high that farmers didn't have any other option. Bank loan rates were so high that the state stepped in and said, hey, we'll give you a lower interest rate. But as those interest rates went down, they didn't really need the state to be loaning those funds. But just trying to think of those programs that are eligible for those, you know, for that program, so.
Great, thank you. All right. Oh, a little late there, but okay.
I got my hand up.
All right, all right.
Thank you.
Go
Nice
ahead.
jacket. Ms. Williams, what is the, you know, I'm not holding your feet to the fire, but what is the rate of return right now that from your normal investments? Just a rough idea, percentage wise.
Ms. Williams?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Wiley, I'm sure all my staff is watching and saying, telling me the number. Yeah, but Mr. Chairman, just on our equity investments, it was 6%. The permanent funds with our, we're waiting for our alternative investment returns, but they're up to 12%.
How much?
Can you say that again, Ms. Williams?
Mr. Chairman, 6 to 12%, depending on which investments we're talking about.
All right. All right, now you're done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's hear from WCDA. Welcome.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name's Scott Hoversland, Executive Director of the Wyoming Community Development Authority. Pleased to come here and talk in support of the bill. The $60 million, and like what Ms. Williams said, that might be a drop in the bucket, but you know, when we talked at the last meeting, it was to come back with suggestions for use of that money that WCDA really doesn't have programs or things out there that it would be an investment that would be for Wyoming. And we sat down and talked about a lot of those things. There's many things that I think that we could do with it. I think the one thing that I would stand behind and like to do, we have a veterans exemption that we do that either active duty or honorably discharged veterans can qualify as a first-time homebuyer and use our program at 0.25% less than what our market rate is. And as of today, our market rate for our first-time homebuyer loans is 5.875, so 5 7/8%. Our suggestion when we looked at that would be to do a veterans program that has a much deeper subsidy, say of like 1% below what the market is. That would help out. We had on Monday just had a presentation from our contractor that we're working with on the statewide housing strategic action plan. And one of the things that they noted in pulling their information that Wyoming has the largest percentage, second largest percentage of any of the states in the country of veterans at 9%. 9% of our population are veterans. And I think that's a number that qualifies, you know, and we could use that for those people. The second thing that they noted in their study was that the state of Wyoming, homelessness from 2018 to 2023 among veterans, it over doubled as percentage of the homeless. It went from 7% of the homeless were veterans in 2018 to 17% in 2023. So I think doing a program to help the veterans, you know, would help out there on those that could qualify for a mortgage. And then I think we need to really look at other things, you know, to prevent homelessness, but that's going to be part of our statewide housing strategic action plan too. So I think what we want to look at is, you know, to use this program, and if 60 million is a small amount, maybe we could increase that amount over time and do some of those. But I think also, you know, as Ms. Williams said, if it was, you may invest in that, they may not, because, you know, it would be definitely not among the 6 to 12% returns that they can get on other investments. But I think it would be a very much worthwhile investment for the state and for our veterans, and could prove out a program like this that we could do. WCDA's bonds are all rated. So when we do any bond issues, all of our bond issues are rated. So they're AA or AA1 by Moody's and Standard & Poor's, which are investment grade bonds. And, you know, there's other things that we could look at further down the line, but a lot of our bonds, most of our bonds will be like in the 80 to $100 million range. And we could do a direct placement bond that specifically was to the state treasurer. And back before my time at being with WCDA, I came in 2005, but I think it was a 1994 bond issue that was done directly with the state treasurer's office. And that has since that time, you know, paid off, and they got all those proceeds returned to them. So WCDA has never defaulted on any of their bond payments, and has always been, you know, on time with those. So I do think a program set up specifically for veterans, you know, at about, you know, a deeper discount, say 1% below the market rate, would be my suggestion for that. Stand for any questions.
Committee, Senator Landon and then Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Oberlin, thank you for coming down. Really appreciate it. I'm on board with any help we can give veterans, and I appreciate the thoughts you had on that front. I would just remain interested. You and I have talked about this a little bit during and after our Evanston meeting. I'm just interested in whatever we can do for our young families too, out across. One of our colleagues had the idea that maybe we could target second homes and not first homes. I'm not sure if we can venture into that part of the world with our WCDA operation, but I'd sure be interested in ongoing discussions and whatever you professionals on that front can do with regard to every one of our districts. I think has these small families that would like to stay in their community, would like to be in the schools, and I just run into so many young families that are really struggling to get into homes, particularly the second homes. And if we can get them into a second home, it frees up that starter home. So anyway, appreciate you being here, Scott. Thanks. Any thoughts you have on that, I'd sure appreciate it.
Scott?
Chair, Senator Landon, yes, there are that availability. First, when WCDA was established back in 1975, I mean, so we'll be going on our 50th year next year. Generally, we were in that scope of first-time home buyers. So our first-time home buyer loans are funded with tax-exempt mortgage revenue bonds. So under the IRS rules for tax-exempt bonds, we cannot fund, you know, second homes in that. Since that time, and probably in the last 10 years, we have went into a couple additional structures. One with Fannie Mae where we can buy second mortgages, so it's not their first-time home buyer. It can be, you know, their next home after they've moved up. So there definitely is some ways that we have. And just recently, this last year, we did a portion of one of our bond sales as a taxable bond. And with the taxable bonds, since they're taxed, they don't have any of those restrictions by the IRS on them. And we did 15 million of that structure as what we called the EDGE program. And that helped, you know, you can purchase your second home with that. So we went right through that money pretty quickly, and now are looking at how we can do that again in our next bond deal. So there are alternatives to that. And those were some of the alternatives that we talked about besides veterans was essential workers. Recent graduates from, you know, Wyoming people that were recent graduates say, I think it was North Dakota has a program that they have for graduates that have graduated from the state institutions within the last 4 years, qualified for their program and could get into a program like that. And we could look at doing that through a taxable bond issue or something like this that we did directly with the state treasurer's office.
Great. Representative Ottman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a couple questions. First off, hi, it's good to see you. I enjoyed our conversation last time. First off, I think you mentioned subsidies, and so I was kind of wondering what that was. But what I'm wondering is, even if we put 60 million into this additionally, you already have a fund, and I was wondering how that, with payments, is coming back to replenish the funds that you already have. Also, is there, in the qualifications for something like this, is there going to be a problem with people getting insurance? And also with the price of properties, what are we going to have to look at as far as if they'll qualify for these loans with the price of real estate these days?
Scott?
Okay. Chairman, Representative Ottman, yes, and thank you for your conversations after Evanston too. That was very good. One of the things you mentioned that we already have a fund, but that was a bond sale that we did back in '94 with the State Treasurer's Office. So all of those have been repaid to the State Treasurer's Office. There's no fund outstanding where we have any funds sitting out there to spend at this time. On each of our other bond sales that we do, it's secured by those mortgages that we put out from that we make with those proceeds then. So that goes back and pays off those bonds, and then over time, we've built some equity up, and then with that, we do some of our special programs that we do within the WCDA. So, and it's not a subsidized interest rate. What it would be is just a reduced interest rate. So like for that 1%, it'd be 1% less than what the market was my suggestion. It's not a real subsidy. It'd just be a reduced interest rate of 1%. Does that answer your questions?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. It does for a certain amount. So basically you get the bonds and then you pay them back. So this basically would be another bond issue is what we're looking at. And then also with the qualifications for veterans or first-time homeowners or whoever it is, are those requirements to receive, to be able to obtain a loan, going to be inhibited, or can you tell by the current state of insurances being so difficult to get? Well, we've heard in testimony that they're canceling a lot of people or making it more stringent, and also with the price of properties. When we're looking at the price of property, we've had some good information today on changing zoning and things, but when a first-time homeowner is looking at 300 or 400,000, is that in the scope of probability? Thank you.
Scott?
Mr. Chair, Representative Ottman, yes, there's going to probably be some difficulties for, people. Again, we've heard a lot about the insurance costs and people being dropped from insurance over these last few years. We on our mortgages, we actually handle the escrows for those mortgages to pay property taxes, insurance, and, if they have a fire, that we get the proceeds and then make sure that they go for repair of those places. And we have seen increases every year in March and April. We do an escrow analysis of, the payments we've made for their insurances and that. And if they're short from the previous year in putting their payments in, then we have to increase what their payments are. And some of those payments have increased substantially for their escrow balances in the last few years. I am still surprised with the prices of homes and land in the state that we have approximately $3.5 to $4.5 million worth of mortgage purchases a week that we purchase from our member banks around the state that actually originate the mortgages. WCDA doesn't originate any mortgages. We purchase those from the banks and mortgage lenders around the state. So we have about $3.5 to $4.5 million of purchases weekly, throughout the year. So there are purchases that are happening. And I think the biggest weekly purchase that I remember was right before in 2006, 2007, before the bust, and we had about an $11 million purchase one week back then, but things were kind of going gangbusters back then too. But yes, there will still be difficulties in finding the right place. $300,000 homes would be, right there. And I think our purchase price limit is almost over 400,000. So that could be done. It's just trying to find the places that qualify for that.
Representative Harshman.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Hubersland, a couple questions. Just a reminder to kind of all of us. I think, when the permanent mineral trust fund was set up, Article 15, Section 19, a lot of that debate, and it was really about the investment in ourselves, in our own state. But I think the language obviously is clear that we prescribe the investments in the permanent mineral trust fund. And I think, 60 million out of a market value, 11.3 billion, I don't know, half of a thousandth of a percent or something. But my first question, Mr. Hubersland, is really three parts. This interest rate piece, which is just under 6%, is a huge cost, first-time home buyers. I mean, we just came out of where these extremely low rates. We had this problem in the 80s, as you mentioned, where we ran a similar program. So what about some kind of, for first-time home buyers, a lower interest rate where we would sell you that bond, say a 3.5% mortgage rate for first-time home buyers in the state to get young people in these houses? And I guess what would the cost of that bond be? I've always thought it was a percent difference. Like if it's a 3.5% mortgage, the payment would be a 2.5% investment return on that bond. But and that'll just help me if I'm right on that, or if I'm wrong, whatever, we can figure out any loss of investment income on that 60 million. And then next part of that 60 million, is that a good number? Is 60 million a good number? Should it be more or less on that part? So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you can comment on those questions. Thank you.
Scott?
Mr. Chair, Representative Harshman, a 1% is probably in that ballpark. I'd have to work with our quantitative analyst and kind of figure, what that would be, and I can get that information for you and get back to you on that. But I think that's roughly, because we've got a cost of issuance, and there's a lot of legal documents, and when we go to sell the bonds on the open market, there's a lot of the investment banks have a takedown that is a cost to us when we sell those. But with a direct placement, that would be a legal document between the Treasurer's office and WCDA on the security on those bonds and that. So we could reduce those costs, I think, a lot. So I think the 1% is probably roughly in that ballpark, but I will get back to you on what that would be. And the 60 million, if we had it opened up for first-time home buyers, general first-time home buyers, and at a large subsidy, I think 60 million would it's more based on what properties are available and out there. But I think people now, when we're at slightly less than a 6% rate, if we were at, say, the investment return was 3.5% and we were at a 4.5%, that's a 1.5% below the market. And I think that money would go out pretty fast. Generally, we go through at least two bond issues a year of approximately $80 million apiece. So $60 million would go out within a matter of 2 to 3 months, I think, at those lower rates.
Representative Harshman, did that?
Yeah. Follow up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So and also thanks for that information. So working off that percent, that 60 million lost investment return, I was just working off of 2.5% return versus the 5% spending policy. So you're talking maybe $1 million or so. It's not $1.5 million to the whole portfolio. So that piece, and then I guess just in our conversations over the spring and summer, so if we offered some kind of lower interest rate for veterans and for first-time home buyers to lure young people into the state, and as you know, we have this demographic crisis going on in our country, but particularly in our state. But that doesn't affect the private market. I mean, you're going to work with the private market to issue these mortgages anyway. So we're not really undercutting. They're still going to make their money off that, is kind of my understanding. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Representative Harshman. Yes, we work we have lenders around the state, and when they originate a mortgage, we pay an origination fee to them for doing the work on those of a 1% origination fee. And then because we service the loans, we pay them a service release premium also because we service the loans and collect a fee on that over that time. So they will still be involved in that, and that's a very important part of what we do. We're not originating the loans ourselves. We have the lender network around the state that does it for us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Hubbardson.
Other questions for WCDA? Senator Barlow?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Great to see you. So my query is, by statute, you have some aggregate bond amounts, some limits, some caps, one for, I think, general bonding and one more for healthcare, if I recall, healthcare facilities. So could you just give me an idea of where you are, I guess it fluctuates because you have things coming on and going off. So on the general, I have $400 million in front of me is one of them. Maybe there's some other things in statute. So of the $400 million that I see in front of me as your aggregate up to, what part of that are you using on an annual basis? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Scott?
Mr. Chair, Senator Barlow, that 400 million, I think, is the limit for healthcare facilities, and we have not used any of that. We have not had a bond issue related to healthcare facilities. The amount of outstanding that is allowed for our single-family mortgage purchase, our first-time homebuyer program, as I understand it, we have to have it rated and secured, and there really is no ceiling on that amount. Right now, we have we service almost $1.7 billion in loans. Of those that are first-time homebuyers, we're just right at about $1 billion of first-time homebuyer loans that are outstanding right now, and that are secured by about that same amount of bonds.
Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, following up on that, what kind of interest rates are involved in that? And do you have plenty of capacity to meet the demand?
Scott?
Mr. Chair, Senator Scott, the interest rates right now, on a tax-exempt mortgage revenue bond, we're allowed to make a spread between what the cost of the bonds are and what we have as a mortgage rate of 1.125%, so 1.125 above that for our operating cost and to operate our programs. So we're allowed a spread of that by the IRS under those parameters. And as far as bonding capacity, the state gets a minimum amount of private activity volume cap each year, and that is, I think the coming year is about $388 million that we can bond for with tax-exempt mortgage revenue bonds for the purposes of doing first-time homebuyer program. And like I said previously, we do about 2 bond issues for about $80 million apiece. So we may use $160 million of that $388 million bonding capacity, and then we can carry that over for 2 additional years if we haven't used it. So we have unused volume cap authority. And we probably have in that prior 2 or 3 years that we can carry it forward, over 750 million of carry forward. So we're not using our full capacity right now that we're allowed by the federal government. Again, being a small state, we get the small state minimum, which I said for next year is about 388 million. So we have carry forward, and we don't have enough loans that we do yearly to cover that.
Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, in the current bond market, what do you think you would have to pay on the next bond issue?
Scott?
Chair Senator Scott, I think the last one was about a 4.5%. I think right now we're probably right in that, our total bond cost would be, as a percentage point, 4.5%. I think is a pretty reasonable amount of what our bond cost is. So when our interest rates come out, then it would be, 1.125% above that. So 5.625 would be the potential going interest rate. But again, those rates fluctuate on a daily basis, and with an election coming up, there's always some noise in the market that occurs, so.
Senator Barlow?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on the private activity bonds, and you talked about 388 being the current year, or the coming year as the limit that the federal government is allowing. So that would lead me to believe that the 1.7 billion that you talked about as your aggregate, total aggregate, that 388 is part of that. So the rest of those bonds are not these private activity bonds. Is that accurate? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, Senator Barlow, then that's an annual amount. So, that 1.7 billion is our portfolio of loans that we service. And then we have outstanding about $1 billion worth of loans that WCDA has done as first-time home buyers that we have in our portfolio of those loans for first-time home buyers. And that's been over, several years that we've had those. So that 388 million is what we can issue in bonding authority in any given year. So the 1 billion is an aggregate over several years.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anything
And then
else?
I will make one note, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
As I said, on Monday, we had a meeting on probably the first time that Wyoming has done a statewide housing strategic action plan on Monday, and we had a get-together forum on that, statewide forum. I will send that to members of the committee. I'd sent out an invite to that. And thank you to Representative Newsom. I seen her there in person. But to all of you, I will send the slide deck of the information they gave on preliminary things that we're looking at. And by the end of November, we're to have a report out, which I will make sure that everybody gets a copy of that too. But I'll give you the slide deck of the information on goals and strategies that our contractor had done for us based on interviews and things with the housing partners around the state. So I will get that to you today.
That sounds very helpful. We appreciate that. Ms. Williams? Want
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
another chance at this?
Well, I thought I might answer and correct some information that I gave you before. We do
Okay.
have, our public purpose investments right now outstanding are more like 280 million rather than the 400 I said. The outstanding amount of farm loans is 15 million. And I was remiss about a program that is not statutorily directed, but that the Treasurer's Office does participate in, to Senator Landon's question, or that it's our program, it's called the Time Deposit Open Account. And what we do, you asked about returning funds to the citizens of Wyoming. Banks in Wyoming can apply for this funds from the Treasurer's Office to infuse their lending ability within those communities. And so that's how we have about 160 million that is going out into communities through the TDOA program, through banks who lend to folks in their communities. So I thought that was important to mention. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Landon?
So, thank you for that, Donna. So I'm assuming that working with banks, there's a continuous communication network there so that they are aware of that availability?
Oh, yes, Mr. Chairman. Senator Landon, we do TDOA twice a year, in January and June. And if we offer it to all the banks, everybody gets a proportional share offering. If some banks don't choose to participate, so then the treasurer has said, let's put it all out into the community so that banks who are interested can get more funding. But we do a minimum so that every bank has an opportunity. However, if those funds are not taken advantage of, then we offer it to other banks, and they've taken us up on it, and all that money is out in those communities. We charge the Treasury rate on those funds.
Thank you for clarifying all of that for us. We really appreciate that. Any other testimony in the room? Any more testimony online? Or I should say, any testimony online? All right, I will close public testimony. Committee, what is your pleasure? It's been moved by Senator Landon, seconded by Representative Wiley. Amendments, we've got a couple, potentially. Does anyone,
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Amendment on page 4. First amendment is pretty straightforward. Just on line 10, just delete the 2 words reserve account. And it was testimony of the liquid nature of the account. I called the investment office on this as well and talked to them earlier in the week, and be better to just come out of the permanent mineral trust fund and not the trust fund reserve account. So the motion would be to delete reserve and account, put a period or a comma after trust fund.
Okay, it has been seconded by Senator Case. Any other discussion on this? I think this is pretty straightforward, well fleshed out in the testimony. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. You have another one, Representative Harshman?
Mr. Chairman, I do. I just, it's in the same paragraph, of course, and the first would be on line 7, where the permissive language, same page, Mr. Chairman, page 4, line 7.
Okay.
State treasurer is authorized. And I would propose that we change that from is authorized. It'd be those 3 words is authorized to delete those and insert the word shall. Shall invest and keep invested the sum of 60 million. So that's the amendment. And later on, Mr. Chairman, I think this whole bill, this whole concept ought to be time limited. So I'm going to propose that we put like a 3-year limit on this whole plan, that it doesn't go on in perpetuity, but that's the first part of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's start with the shall. Do we have a second? Seconded by Representative Wiley. I knew you were going to second that. Anytime there's a shall, you like to get involved.
I like shall. Shall not may.
All right, any other discussion? No? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? No. Okay, that amendment has passed.
Mr. Chairman.
You have a third amendment?
Mr. Chairman, if I could keep going here and this would finish it up, but Mr. Chairman, on line 12 there in that same paragraph, after 106A, Romanet 6, that period, and that refers to the WCDA, I believe, and then just insert this language to finance loans made to veterans and first-time homebuyers at a mortgage interest rate not to exceed 3.5%. That'd be the first part. And then I think I'd leave it up to LSO, but it'd probably be another paragraph or somewhere in the bill that this program will expire in July of 2028.
I'll second that. Okay, it's been seconded by Senator Landon.
Discussion, Mr.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think obviously a huge cost on a 30-year mortgage is the interest rate. And we know, we just heard today, they're right around 6%, dropping this to 3.5% to get young people and veterans in their first home, save hundreds of dollars. per month, and really open this up to a lot of people, and really make an investment in our communities. And so we can, part of this housing crisis, yeah, it's the materials and all those things, but the mortgage interest rates have really driven it as well. And so we can do our part. We did a similar program to this in the 80s to help our people and to stimulate our communities and our economy. So, and again, I think having a couple of years of work on it, and then, this legislature can come back and see if it wants to still prescribe this investment in our people. So that's really the idea behind it. So you heard it'd be about a 2.5% return to the permanent fund. So it'd be a loss investment on that 60 million of $1.5 million or so dollars out of the 11.3 billion. So anyway, I think it's a worthwhile investment in our young people and our veterans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your support.
Any other Senator Landon and then Representative Wiley.
Mr. Chairman, just as someone who seconded the motion, I think the sunset is a great idea. I think given all of our discussion during this interim, this housing issue is so critical in Wyoming right now. I agree with the representative. I think this is a proper investment. It gives us an opportunity to step in there and try to help our young families, our veterans. I can't think of a better use of that money. It's not that much of a hit to our fund, and I think it'll go a long ways. So I'm going to support the motion.
Representative Wiley.
Mr. Chairman, just maybe a suggested friendly tweak. Instead of doing the 3.5%, maybe we do a decrease of 2% per market percentage at any given time. And that might help us not stretch our legs too far. And that'll still be a great opportunity for first-time homeowners, give everybody a really good opportunity.
I'd be interested in that.
Okay, we've got some interest in that. Representative Harshman, how do you feel about that tweak?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's friendly. I mean, obviously, I think the lower it's going to, make more young families eligible, because it's all about the payment, right, and how you qualify. But, if the committee likes that, and, I'm good with that. I think the idea is to get this below the 6% deal like we've done in the past. Thank you. So I'd consider that friendly, Mr. Chairman.
All right, and the second does too.
I would.
Okay. Friendly. Anything else? You ready to vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Whoa, all right, that amendment passed. Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, I think that amendment included the sunset provision, or do we need a separate vote for that? I think that was included.
It was part of it.
In the directive to Mr. Anderson. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Just plug it in where it makes sense, because I'm not sure where it goes, but. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Wiley.
Well, I would like to suggest that we make a motion for another amendment to include statewide credit unions as well as banks.
Sorry, say that again.
I want to make sure that we can include the credit unions as well as the banks through this lending mechanism.
Is it, where are you at in the bill? Help me understand how it restricts only to banks investing.
I think right now, largely under the structure through the WCDA, most of them go through state banks, which is great. But I would also just like to widen that footprint so it's apples to apples and everybody has a chance.
You're probably opening up existing law outside of this bill. I don't know what statute you would be looking at, but I'm assuming there's a statute.
I will withdraw.
Okay. He withdrew. Okay. Anything else? Question on the bill. Let's do a roll call on, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to vote no on this bill. I appreciate the sentiment, and it's always fun to spend money. But I think the real problem here in the housing has been in the regulations that we've seen that have restricted the availability of affordable housing, and possibly in the cost of providing the infrastructure. I don't think this bill doesn't reach either. It does strike me that the WCDA can get adequate money. The interest rates have gone more back toward normal than they had been. But I don't think that this bill is really going to address the real problem here, which is the availability of the housing. And I am reluctant to get into government subsidies to deal with a problem that I think is in good part created by the government, Mr. Chairman. So for those reasons, I know it may be unpopular, but I'm going to vote no on this bill.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to bring up the definition of mortgage lender. It does include credit union under WCDA's statutory definitions.
Well, there you go, Representative Wiley.
Question on the bill.
We got Representative Knapp.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just had a comment also to the point of Senator Scott. This is a feel-good bill, and the market today is a result of many different things. One of them being interest rates, which, as he mentioned, have come down. We can make this interest rate 0% and do some real good. As for veterans, the ability exists for veterans to get now through the federal government, 0 down payment, no mortgage interest, flexible and forgiving credit guidelines, and the industry's lowest average fixed interest rate. So I think it's our responsibility to take taxpayer money that's been put away and get the highest rate of return on it so that we don't have to implement taxes in the future. So for that reason, I'll be a no.
Question on the bill.
Ready to vote? Do a roll call vote on this bill, Katie?
Mr. Chairman, this is roll call for 25 LSO 0018, Wyoming Community Development Authority Bond Investment as amended. Senator Barlow?
Aye.
Senator Boner?
No.
Senator Landon? Aye. Senator Scott?
No.
Representative Chadwick? Aye. Representative Haroldson?
No.
Representative Harshman?
Aye.
Representative Knapp?
No.
Representative Newsom? Aye. Representative Ottman?
No.
Representative Wiley?
Aye.
Representative Yin?
Aye.
Co-Chairman Case?
No.
Chairman Olson?
Aye.
8 aye, 6 no.
Could make that a Senate bill if you want.
Yeah. A couple of bills that are definitely not going to the Senate.
There's certainly.
All right, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 10:45. you, Senator Boner, for being on time and back to the meeting. Appreciate your punctuality.
It's a very punctual committee this morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. We are back. We are live. We are on track, folks. In front of you on the dais, you each have a cookie, compliments of Senator Nethercott, and there's Senator Nethercott. Thank you. We have these cookies for, I guess it's a joyous occasion for the retirement of Representative Newsom and the retirement of Representative Chadwick, who after, I believe this is, for both of you, this is your last committee meeting of the interim. So thank you for being a part of corporations. Thank you for all of your work and your service to the state of Wyoming. I'm sure it won't be the last that we see of you, as involved as you are in your communities. I'm sure you'll continue to find ways to be involved, and we appreciate that. All right. The next bill we have is it's TIF, so 25 LSO 0025. And Josh, you're gonna introduce this one again to us.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is 25 LSO-25, Working Draft 0.6. Again, another bill that came out of the Lander meeting and then was discussed in Evanston and forwarded to this meeting with no changes. It's titled Tax Increment Financing. And just to kind of start things off, so there is already tax increment financing authorized under the Wyoming Urban Renewal Code, which is primarily to address blighted areas. And this bill expands that program to allow it to be used for affordable housing. So just going quickly through the bill, you'll see on page 2, we add to the legislative findings related to the lack of affordable housing being injurious to the public health, safety, morals, and welfare of the state, and that would then be an appropriate use for this program for urban development. The next part, starting on page 3, is actually unrelated to housing, but there was a request out of Lander to, you can see there the definition of blighted area. Previously, it was one or any combination of those factors. The requested change was to make it not less than 4 of those conditions. So that's that change, Mr. Chairman. You can see on the staff comment, there was also some discussion of actually expanding that definition of blighted area to include distressed properties, but that was not included in the bill draft. You can see there then just some changes to the definitions of urban renewal area and renewal project to note the expanded use of the program for affordable housing. You can see there at the top of page 5, that's the definition of affordable housing, and that's the definition used by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. You can see there is also an alternative definition there, as that one is somewhat nebulous in that it's based on the 30% of the income of the person. You can see there's an alternative definition from a previous bill. Affordable housing means housing rented to or owned by a person who qualifies as low income or moderate income as defined by the city, town, or county. Most of the rest of the bill, Mr. Chairman, is just making conforming changes throughout that existing program to add in the provisions for affordable housing, and that it also authorizes development of these new construction. You can see on page 9, line 7, we add in development there, and in several other places, as before, it was primarily for rehab or redevelopment. again, more conforming changes until we get to page 13. This is related to the valuation of the property. We're adding some language there, clarifying or trying to make clear that it's intended to be that the aggregate value of all property located within the geographical boundaries of the project, the assessed value shall not be modified during the term of the project, and then it requires rulemaking at the end. Mr. Chairman, that's the bill. I would take any questions.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, question on page 3, line 10. There's a great big list here of conditions that qualify something for being a blighted area. And it's existing law, and I suspect it was copied out of some federal law. But it defines diversity in ownership as a condition for being blighted. And it just strikes me that in many cases, that would be a benefit to have a number of individuals owning a property in the area. And so you have not a single owner or one or two large owners. Maybe the feds were trying to benefit one or two large owners, but I don't understand that one. Is that some federal law we can't avoid, or?
Mr. Chairman, I would have to look into that a little bit. I'm not sure where that language came from, and like, as you noted, it's existing language, so I need to do a little more digging to see if I could find where that came from.
Okay, yeah, that is existing language in the statute. Any other questions for LSO? All right, thank you, Josh. Let's go to the Department of Revenue. We have a presentation. You have the slide deck in your packet or online if you wanted to pull that up while they are presenting. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Ken Gill with the Department of Revenue. I'm the administrator of the Property Tax Division. Thank you for allowing me to go through our presentation. So if you're ready, Mr. Chairman, I'll start on the presentation.
Yeah, please proceed.
As you know, in April, when this committee met, I spoke with the committee and I gave a kind of a 30,000-foot overview of tax increment financing and what it was. And I just, on this first page, I kind of explained what we talked about last time, explaining the base amount and the increment amount. There was a graph in that presentation. Statutory references in Title 15. Impacts on other taxing entities, and pointed out that there's a lack of direction in the current law for the county assessor and the county treasurer. And then the challenges when an urban renewal area is defined and then replatted. So the lines on the ground change, if you will. The lots become smaller or divided more, so subdivided, if you will, and that is a challenge. So if I could, Mr. Chairman, we're going to get a little further in the weeds than we did last time. On page 3, TIF, it's not a change in the taxes due. The taxes are exactly the same. It's a change in the distribution of that tax. So currently, when the county treasurer takes that check for your property tax, then it's distributed to those authorities in that area, right, in that district. So, of course, statewide, every property is subject to the 12 mills of the school foundation, every taxable property. And then so forth as you get down in your local communities, you have the 25 for schools, 6 for schools, 8 for municipalities, 12 for the county, weed and pest, conservation district, maybe a community college, et cetera. So the treasurer knows exactly when they take that check from you, they know exactly, they're professionals at distributing that money to the right place. So if we go on to page 4, TIF in a perfect world. In a perfect world, you can see I have 5 parcels drawn on this map that the Urban Renewal Agency has declared these 5 parcels as a blighted area. And then I put a value on each of these lots for, I'm just saying 2024, but for any tax year. So for 2024, that was the base value. I want you to think of every one of those 5 lots as a separate tax bill. You know, there's 5 separate owners maybe. Maybe it's 1 owner, but still it's 5 separate tax bills. They're gonna write 5 separate checks. So that's important to keep in mind as we move to page 5. So I'm basing this on 72 mills. I just used an even number just for ease of math. But as you can see, I have the 5 lots here. You can see the base value. Lot 1 was 50,000, 2 was 25,000, and so forth. The assessed value, these were commercial properties in this case. The assessed value is 9.5% of the fair market value. So the assessed value is the taxable value. So you can see in lot 1, the taxable value is 4750. You take that times the 72 mills, and that's $342 on that lot 1. So, and it would be, the math would be 50,000 times 0.095 times 0.072. And go on to page 6. I've kind of broken it down for those entities that the treasurer is distributing to. And as you can see, we'll just go down lot 1. The school foundation is 12 mills. It's $57 going to it out of that 342. The county 25, the 6th, the county 12, municipality, weed and pest conservation, community college. Maybe the board had a levy and maybe the community college has a bond in this case. So it still adds up to the $342. So we move on to page 7. TIF in a perfect world continued. For tax year 2025, on lot 2, they added a hotel. And the new value of that hotel and that lot is $7 million now. The other lots did change in their fair market value a little bit, but lot 2 went up quite a bit because they put a brand new hotel on it. Going on to page 8, you can see I've done the math again for you. I showed the base value of 2024. That was our original map, those 5 tax bills that we talked about earlier. And then I showed you the 2025 value, and you can see in lot 2, it went up to $7 million. That lot's now worth $7 million with the hotel on it. Times 9.5% is your assessed value for 2025, and the difference in the assessed value, and then the total tax that is due. You can see on lot 2, its taxes went up to about $47,000 for tax year 2025. So going on to page 9, I've broken it out for you now. This is in a perfect world, right? These lots have not changed at all. The treasurer's going to take a check and they're going to distribute the money. And you can see where I've highlighted on this, the URA 72 mills of increment value, that's going to the URA, the Urban Renewal Agency. The rest of the money, the base that was established in 2024, is still going to the schools, still going to the county, still going to the municipality, etc. So we go on to page 10, and this is the real world that happens. We had our 5 lots, right? Remember those 5 tax bills that we talked about? We had those 5 lots. It was perfect, went easy. But look what happened to lot 1. It got subdivided. It got divided into 4 lots now. Now think about that. We have 8 tax bills here now, right? We started with 5, now we have 8 tax bills. When the owner of lot 1, the new lot 1, comes in with his check to pay his property tax, how does the county treasurer know what to apply to the base? And how does the county treasurer know what to apply to the increment? They don't, because it's no longer established. It was established when it was one big lot, but they don't have a base amount for lot 1. And they distribute those individually. Each time that tax is paid, then their computer distributes it to the correct authorities. But in this case, they don't have a place for that to go now. So as we go on to page 11, so we know the base amount of lot 1, the original lot 1, was $50,000 and had a fair market value of $50,000, and tax dollars were $342. So when they do divide it, just as I stated early, how do we know which goes to the base and goes to the increment now that there's 4 lots of 1 lot that used to be 1 lot? So going on to page 12, so we know the distribution issue. We know how much the base was for lot 1. And the subdivision has been made on that lot 1. Now, the amount needed from each of those new taxpayers, those new tax bills, those 4 new lots, that needs to change. So going on to page 13, there's language in your draft in LSO 25 LSO 25.6, and it starts on page 13. And it's where in that section of the law, that is the base amount in 15.9.120. That is the base amount that they're speaking of. So that language is saying that aggregate amount cannot change. Well, we know that we've subdivided lots, right? So it has to change, but in an aggregate, it doesn't, right? So going on to on that page 13, sorry. So here's some solutions that I'm bringing forward. The first solution would be the plan has to be in place. All the platting, all the subdividing, everything has to be in place before it's called a blighted area. That's not going to work in the real world. I know that. We know that developments, as they go through their stages, they're going to change. They're going to have different needs within that development. Maybe they need to divide lots as they go along because 2 separate businesses want a piece of property. So we know that the plan, yeah, the overall concept is there, but we know the plan can't be finished before they call it a blighted area. So since the base amount is known in aggregate, we could simply, as these developments grow in number of parcels, number of tax bills, we could simply take that base amount and divide it by the new number of parcels. That would make the base amount be stable, like it should be, like the law really intends. The law really intends for that to be stable until the indebtedness has been paid off. If we divide it by the number, then the base amount stays the same. The proportion for each property would be different. And I gave an example here, and my example, after I turn this in, my example is wrong. I would actually divide that by 8. So yes, lot 1 has 4 new lots, but there's 8 total. So that $342 I would divide by 8 for that old lot 1, and it would be $42.75 that would go to the base amount, and then the remainder would go to the increment amount. And then with that, Mr. Chairman, I know it's a little bit in the weeds, but with that, I would stand for any questions, sir.
All right, we do appreciate that presentation. Any questions for the Department of Revenue? Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, there's an existing law here that we're proposing to modify with this bill. Is the existing law being used at all anywhere in the state?
Mr. Cooley?
Mr. Chairman, it is just as recently. It is recently in Laramie County, and just recently. Is all I can say. It is an old law. I think it was written in the 60s, and it is quite an old law. But yes, it is being used. Kind of a tough thing to administer the way it's written right now.
Chairman.
Follow up, Senator Scott?
That was a follow-up question. Are there impossible problems with using it, or are you managing to?
I believe Mr. Chairman, sorry. I believe the county assessor and the county treasurer have figured it out, how to do it. One of the issues is right now, when those lots change, like we saw in the real world, when it went from 5 to 8, there is no base amount. So that assessor basically is starting that base over again. And we know that's not the intent of the law, but that's the only way at this current time that we can administer it. So an amendment would be possibly to add on page 14 something about if the number of parcels in the URA, the area, the blighted area change, the aggregate amount shall be divided by the number of parcels in that area, if you will. So I'm not sure. I'd lean on LSO to wordsmith that a lot better than I could, but.
Representative Newsom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your example, when lot one was divided into those 4 lots, some were substantially larger and some were substantially smaller. So you would just divide by 4 or do percentage of the total land as each lot is a different acreage or square footage or whatever.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Newsom, that's absolutely another way we could go. We could do it a proportionate amount. I felt the path of least resistance really was just dividing it by the number of parcels. The math would be easier. Yes, the proportion's going to be wrong, right? But the tax bill's the same. The tax bill's exactly the same as it would have been with or without this divided. The overall tax bill's still the same. It's just maybe the proportion, like a little sliver parcel, might be paying a little more in proportion than the larger parcel. But it's just where it's being distributed, not taxability.
Other questions, committee? Senator Landon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it felt like maybe you were suggesting that that language on 14, and I'm sorry if I misunderstood this, but it felt like you suggested that maybe there's some room for some adjustment in that tax revenue. In the example that you used, we divided that property by 4. Each of those lots seems pretty similar to those 4 lots that were 25,000 value before that. Can you speak to the dangers of leaving it this way, or the dangers of modifying that to say a reasonable amount of increase? What's your preference? Talk to me a little bit more about that, can you?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, yeah, great point. I think we have to remember this isn't an increase in tax, right? This is really a distribution issue. And it's letting the county treasurer, the assessor lets the county treasurer know what taxes are due, and then the mill levies set by the commissioners basically tell them where they go, where they get distributed, right? So it's really a distribution issue. It's not something that's going up in taxes unless the value goes up, right? But it's really more about that distribution. So currently, the current proposed language, still going to be tough for the county treasurer or the county assessor to administer it that way. I mean, currently, I know that it's being kept track of on spreadsheets. We've identified that if we find a simple solution to this, dividing it by the number of parcels maybe, that we can actually put this in the CAMA system, and that will help when tax roll is turned over to the treasurer, help them in the distribution of those base amount or the increment amount, either way.
So, Mr. Chairman, if we were to consider modifying that language, do you have that in your hip pocket?
I don't quite, not wordsmith the best, Mr. Chairman, sorry. But something to the point of if the number of parcels in the blighted area change from its origin, they shall be divided, the base amount shall be divided by the number of existing parcels for normal distribution.
Okay, thank you.
We'll continue. I saw Josh writing it down, so I'm sure he'll continue to wordsmith it. And when we get to working the bill, we'll talk about it and see how it fits into the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I would trust Josh would do a much better job wordsmithing than I would.
He does a good job.
He does.
All right, thank you. Other testimony on this bill? We have Wham and the mayor of Cheyenne. Our city manager of Casper is making his way up here. You can come on up. Fill the seats. Yeah, whoever wants to start, whoever, that's fine. Ashley?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Ashley Harpstreet, Executive Director of Wyoming Association of Municipalities. We stand in support of this bill as it expands options for tools in our toolbox. And I'm going to turn it over here to Mayor Collins that can explain some relevant projects and the possibility of how we could better use this to provide more affordable housing.
Mayor Collins.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Joint Committee, I'm Mayor Patrick Collins. I remembered this time from the city of Cheyenne. I do believe, especially after our recent discussions, that we have a consensus that we have a housing problem and a housing shortage here in the state. And as I was looking for local solutions to our housing shortage, it's what brought me to ask for this bill before this committee today, to expand the Urban Renewal Authority Code to add the provision for adding affordable housing as an allowable activity under our Urban Renewal Authority codes. Yesterday, when I left this meeting, I hustled back to the city because we had a Public Services Committee meeting of our city council. And during that meeting, we had two Urban Renewal Authority tax increment financing projects that were approved by the committee. One of them is for a 101-unit apartment building in our downtown, just 5 blocks south of here and a couple blocks to the west. There's a huge blighted building that needs to be torn down. The other one's on the western or the eastern part of our city where Jolly Rogers, the RV place, used to be. It's going to be a 190-unit apartment building. It has a bunch of sewer lines and things because it was an RV park as well as a mobile home park. And of having all that stuff in the middle makes it financially a challenge to be able to build. The first project that I was talking about downtown is going to cost about $25 million to construct, and they have applied for tax increment financing that will be paid out over the next 18 years. So I'd like to talk about that for just a second. Currently, that property pays $6,041.79 in taxes a year. So with 2% of appreciation, and if it's going to take about 18 years to pay off the tax increment financing request, at the current rate, it would pay $140,000 over that 18 years. So that's how much we would be paid for schools, the weed and pest, all of those different agencies that get money from the taxes. But what we learned was that once this apartment building is built, it will pay $140,000 in property taxes its first year. So it'll take about 18 years with appreciation to pay off the tax increment financing request. What I love about this project, or this tool that we're asking for housing, is it did a couple things for us. It got rid of a blighted property downtown that's been there for decades. It's going to build 100 units of housing that we desperately need in our community, and it's going to create a much larger tax base for our community. And so I just find it interesting that it would take 18 years to make what's going to be made in 1 year once we get the development done. It is a very powerful tool. I think it's important to remember that everyone that currently receives property taxes continues to get their existing taxes as they do before the tax happens. So that $6,000 that we pay a year to all those agencies, they get that through this whole period of time. Nobody's taking a reduction in revenue while we're doing this. And I do believe also that there would be no new taxes raised if we don't do the project, because we'd still have the blighted conditions. So if we don't remove the blight, we're not going to have an increase in taxable property taxes. And I will use a pitching post as a perfect example of that. We had a burned up, asbestos contaminated, we had 5 buildings there. They've been there for more than a decade. It's a great place, but nobody could afford the cost to remove all those buildings in order to be able to do the development. The URA came in, they approved $1.6 million to remove those buildings. We have now a developable clean site, and today we have a couple hotels being built in that area. That's going to go from the $9,000 or $10,000 it was paying before to over $70,000 in property taxes because we're able to remove the blight. Another example I would use for you is Mary's Bake Shop. You know the hole we have downtown where we had the fire in 2004? December of 2004, this year will be the 20th anniversary of that fire. There's a financial I don't know how to say it, there's a gap in financing that a private individual just cannot make that project work. We've had so many people look at it, but in the end, they just can't make it work. And so if we can find a URA partnership, hopefully we'll be able to get that hole in our downtown filled, and we'll see development happen, and we'll create a tax base and some economic activity that would help our downtown. So Mr. Gill talked about it earlier, but the TIF is not a new tax or an additional tax. All the property owners in the URA pay their taxes per their assessment from their county assessor. It's the collection of the property taxes then are split between the current recipients. They continue to get their base, but it's the additional property taxes that go back to pay for the investments that are made to make the project happen in that development. Our current URA TIF laws require a finding of blight. And I will share with you that it's sometimes difficult to find blight on lands that are going to be used for housing. They're just, open land, and there's nothing wrong with the property. There's no old buildings, there's no bad infrastructure, it's just a vacant piece of property. And this bill would allow for the finding of a need for affordable housing to allow the URA board to approve a financing of a housing project. There would be no need for a blight finding, because really the lack of affordable housing in our communities is blight. We're not being able to create a workforce because we have no place for people to live. On Monday, I attended the WCDA Strategic Housing Summit that was held here in Cheyenne. And one of the very first things they recommended, recommendation 1A, was to expand localities' ability to use tax increment financing for housing development. The TIF could be used to build infrastructure like water, sewer, roads to support affordable housing projects, because most of these projects have very tight budgets. And this kind of support can be the difference in making that project viable. Now, Mr. Gill talked about the challenge that we're facing right now in Laramie County. There is a conflict between state statutes that govern the assessors and the URA. Section 39 of state statute versus section 15 of state statutes. When a property splits, as Mr. Gill talked about, the assessor doesn't have a way to allocate the base between the divided properties. We have another problem too, and that is a recent MHP built a new office. They spent $8 million, and they took an over 100-year-old warehouse, and they bought part of that warehouse, and they created a brand new headquarters for themselves. And they condoed that building. Well, when they divided that building into different ownership, now how does the assessor handle that? And how does the county clerk or the county treasurer handle that situation? And so what we asked for on page 13, lines 18 to 23 in the top of page 14 was two things. One, to freeze the base, because the base is what creates the, if you change the base, we lose the increment. We cannot pay for the investments that we need to do. And then on the next section 2 there, it says give the Department of Revenue rulemaking authority to fix this problem. I think the Department of Revenue doesn't have the authority to create rules for section 15. And so as I meet with them, as I've met with Ken now a couple of different times, if you guys just give them the rulemaking authority, they'll figure out the division or the math or whatever needs to be done so it'll fit in their camera system. And so that's why we asked for that to be in there, because right now what happened in our current, the condo that I spoke about, they reset the base, we lost $1 million of increment. So what we promised the developer we would do, we've lost a large percent of the increment because they had to reset the base. And we're not able to have the financing necessary to pay for the investments we needed to do. So I don't know what else to say. I think they'll do that. We have heard from everybody how important housing is. And I think this is, the TIF is a tool you can give us that would help us do a better job of creating the leverage of the private tools, the private resources to build more housing in the state of Wyoming. And I would stand for any questions you might have.
Questions for Mayor Collins? Mayor, did you understand Mr. Gill's amendment that he was proposing? Did you get that?
Yeah.
And how do you feel about that?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I don't know that we need an amendment. I think you just need to give them rulemaking authority.
Oh, that's what you were talking about when you said rulemaking.
Exactly. Yep. Okay. So I don't think you need to make an amendment. I think we've talked about, like in a condo, when we talked about MHP's building, maybe they would use it as airspace. They would figure out what percentage of the airspace is the new development, and they would just split the base based on airspace. The division of property, whether it's as Representative Newsom said, by a percentage of it or by division, I don't really think there's a right or wrong answer there. I think you just need to give them the rulemaking authority. They know the best way to work with their system, and they could do a good job for us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Helpful, thank you. All right. Who's next?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I appreciate getting to visit with you again today. The city of Casper does not have the more current experience that Mayor Collins has described in terms of his use of it there in Cheyenne. However, what I do know is that the opportunity that this provides by expanding the current statute's applicability to housing and to deal with housing development, or hopefully incentivize housing development, is a good tool for cities and towns to use and have available should they be in the position to do so. Certainly in Casper, one of the things that you will see on the list that you requested earlier in our previous discussion will be that of our efforts, and probably others, to eliminate blighted housing, or to stimulate the conversion of blighted housing to flipped homes and usable housing. We've had a lot of success in that regard here lately over the past 2 years. And as a matter of fact, one of our programs that we've really leaned into in the effort to try to create affordable housing. And the limitation that we're running into, though, is from our standpoint, we don't have the tools to deal with neighborhoods or a particular street or whatever that is in a similar blighted condition. We can only do one-off properties, and we certainly can't deal with commercial properties that could be converted to affordable housing. It's my belief that with a tool like this, those opportunities all of a sudden become available to us, and being able to deal with a blighted condition on a larger basis, particularly for the purpose of creating affordable housing, is a tool that we would relish and enjoy having. So if it is something that you can see toward expanding the current statute to allow, I think it would be a tool that would be appreciated for cities and towns. I do believe that the state is uniquely equipped to be able to provide tools of this nature in partnership with your cities and towns, and I think cities and towns will be able to respond favorably. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Napier. Any questions for the city of Casper? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief with Brett Kaler with the Wyoming Economic Development Association, and economic developers as well as municipalities across the state really support the TIF legislation and support the expansion in this way. Three main points that I want to just get across about tax increment financing, which I think is important from a practical sense, but tax increment financing promotes public-private partnership for development, which is huge to communities. It attracts construction where construction might not otherwise occur in a lot of instances, and it allows projects to be done with today's dollars and today's costs, instead of kicking the can down the road for a lot of years. And so for those reasons and many others, WCDA stands in support of the bill and expansion of the tax increment financing to allow for affordable housing. One last point I will make is we do think that, the conditions there's, as is written, already tax increment financing is a tough thing for communities to prove those instances of blight. And so it is a little bit high. I will say to the senator from the Windy City that it's not a tool that's widely used, tax increment financing, but it is a tool that we're really happy to have in the toolbox. Similar to your toolbox at home, some tools aren't used all the time, but when you need it, you're glad you have it. And so we're really supportive of TIFs. Thank you.
So what is the one from this bill that we've drafted? What is the one thing about it that you think is going to push TIFs to the next level?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, is that for me or for anyone up here? Because I think
for you, if you,
I think the mayor might be able to speak. I hear thoughts behind me being exchanged as well. But I'll say for economic developers, one thing that would make it more accessible, as I mentioned, is lowering that threshold of those the number of conditions required to indicate that there's blight.
We've brought it down to 4 now. Okay,
It's getting closer.
getting better. All right.
Thank you.
Mayor Collins?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ashley reminded me that I'd forgotten one thing, and that is the definition of affordable housing.
Yes.
Currently, it's at 30% of your gross income. That's a really good definition. I use it all the time, what affordability in housing is. But I don't know how we manage that. You know, if we're gonna do a project, how do I know that somebody's that's going in is only gonna spend 30% of their gross income on housing? There's another definition that talks more about using, you know, the median income for your county as a definition that I think would be more easy to manage for us. And I would appreciate if there was a chance that we could switch those two definitions. The LSO has it in there for you. And Mr. Chairman, currently the law only requires a finding of 1 or more conditions of blight. The bill before you actually increases that to 4, making it more difficult. And as I shared with you when we were in Evanston, that's on page 3, lines 2 through 4. When we were in Evanston, the downtown Whole Mary's Bake Shop that's going on 20 years now, when we did the blight study, we could only find 3 conditions of blight there. So it would not actually qualify if the bill were to go through as it is today. We only could find 3. So I would prefer just to leave the language that's currently in the law, that we just need to find blight.
So the existing statute just says you find blight based on any number of factors in that paragraph. Why, okay, I'm just trying to remember why we moved it to 4.
Mr. Chairman, it was just a request of one of your members that caused that to be changed.
Okay. Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, force people out of their homes for other purposes. And this looks like a very good way to deal with some real problems, but I'm worried it could at some point be misused. With this statute as it is now, without, and I don't think the bill would change it, do you have the power to go in and take people's homes and saying that they're not up to standard and force them out on the grounds that they're blighted? Is that a risk in this whole thing?
Mr. Chairman, through you to the senator, to answer your question, I'm glad you asked that question, sir. The answer is yes. It is a power that is given to urban renewal authorities. In Cheyenne, we have expressly said that it's not something that we give the URA the ability to do. So when we approve the plan and projects, we always make sure that that is not a tool that the URA board can use on any of their plans and projects. We don't think that's the Wyoming way to do things.
Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I would like, and I don't think I can do it today, I would like to limit the eminent domain ability here to make sure that individuals don't get hurt. And I don't know if this bill goes forward, would the title accommodate such a thing, LSO, or would it not?
Josh?
Mr. Chairman, you know, the first line is, you know, relating to the Wyoming Urban Renewal Code. So to that extent, it may be broad enough to make further changes to the code.
It's pretty broad. Anything related to the Wyoming Urban Renewal Code?
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, looking at it, I wonder where we say to include the provision of affordable housing, if we were to say that you couldn't use eminent domain on an occupied dwelling that was affordable, that restriction, I think, would be possible. Mr. Chairman, if this goes through, I may well try to do that. It strikes me as a useful tool, but I think it has in some other states, some of this sort of thing has been abused.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes, please, Mayor Collins.
As I've researched it, and I have a sister who does this in another state, they look at areas that are blighted, and they literally do take those properties and redevelop them. In Cheyenne, what we're doing is we're finding partnerships with private individuals, as the gentleman from WIDA said, where like the apartment building we're doing, they're looking to do a project, we partner with them to talk about doing it, they buy that property, and so it is not, I don't believe the Wyoming way, and it's never something that we would do here in Cheyenne. But I do understand, sir, your concern, because I do know it does happen in other states, just not, I don't believe in Wyoming.
Other questions, committee? All right, Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Mayor Collins, if I could, Mr. Chairman, you gave two examples, I think one on the east side of town and one on the west side that were recent, or maybe there's not those two. Two that recently approved, maybe even yesterday. One was one type of housing, another was another type. Do either of those fall under what we're talking about here as affordable housing, regardless of what the definition is here versus the definition you're maybe suggesting we ought to? Are either one in that category? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mayor Collins.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Senator Barlow. No, sir, these are market rate homes, and that's allowed because there is a finding of blight in both situations, so we're able to do that. I have found, sir, that in talking with housing developers where they've come in and we've gone and done blight studies, too many times when we do housing blight studies, we can't find any. The list that you saw, there's no blight there. But we know that we need to be able to provide support in order to make those housing units happen, and that's why the request as we have it here today.
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mayor Collins, so really what we're doing with this is just changing the criteria on our current TIF that was brought in 1983 to just add basically where we don't have to meet that blight standard to make our TIFs what we already have in 15-9 work. Is that correct? Am I reading that correctly?
Mayor Collins.
Mr. Chairman, you're exactly right, Representative. We'd have two tracks now. We'd either have to find blight, or we'd have to have a finding that we need affordable housing, and the project would bring affordable housing to the community. So those would be the two findings that the URA board would have to make in order to be able to create a plan and project like this.
Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to be clear, in 59-114, this is the right of condemnation. And to Senator Scott's point earlier, I do think that blight may be something different, but if we're actually using this activity for, and somebody's being displaced, condemnation, of course, by Constitution requires fair, equitable, and just compensation. And so that has to be a part of this process. And I just want to make sure we're clear that by doing this, they do have the right to condemnation now for affordable housing. And I think Senator Scott's query on it is appropriate. And then I'll have another question later, maybe as we get to some of the tax issues relevance as well too. Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't read it fast enough.
Additional public testimony in the room? And what about online? If we have a hand raised online too. Let's go ahead and queue them up. Should we hear from our county commissioners?
All right, good morning, members of the committee. Jeremiah Riemann again with the County Commissioners Association. I want to be clear that we certainly support having tools in the toolbox and haven't seen any issues with the way that this particular set of statutes has been used to date. I also think it's important that we have these tools so we can address some community issues and economic development activities locally. Perhaps the one place where I have some pause here is that there are other taxing authorities that are implicated by the use of TIF. And by and large, those taxing authorities really don't have any role in the decision-making process. There's no consent, there's not a required communication component. That's not to say that it's not happening, it's just that it doesn't exist in the TIF statutes. These TIF arrangements can also take a long-term horizon. You've heard a little bit about 18, 20, 30 years before you get to a point where those other taxing authorities are seeing the additional revenue. Again, maybe that was a good trade-off that we wanted to have, but that's just a reality of the situation. You're now looking at perhaps adding in affordable housing. It's an important issue we have to deal with in the state, but if you're looking at a 20-year horizon, you may have had a student go through the entire school system and their property didn't actually pay anything additional into that school system. So I just kind of bring that to your thought process here. I worked previously with WHAM on some language in the abandoned and nuisance building bill that you considered earlier this interim, to just say, hey, there has to be a point at which there's either a limit or you hit up against something and there has to be some consultation. I don't have an amendment for you today, and I've already had conversations behind the scenes with WHAM to suggest that I think we might want to take a look at that. Just again, if we hit some thresholds, that you have to have some communication with those other taxing authorities to say, yes, this is something that we all collectively support. I just wanted to bring that forward, not to ask you to address it now, but just as a placeholder that if this bill advances, I will be working on that particular amendment. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions.
Committee, any questions for the County Commissioners Association? All right, thank you for your input. We'll go online. Ms. Agan, you're up if you want to unmute.
Can you hear me, Chairman?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I appreciate you taking my testimony. Just be brief. My name is Carrie Agan, resident of Buffalo and retired geologist. Back in April, after the earlier meeting in which a lot more information regarding how TIF actually worked was presented, I looked for more information regarding how TIF has worked, and I found almost nothing but negative impacts. Many more times, the use of TIF to push landowners to clean up or sell a blighted property has resulted in disappointed cities, as the taxes received did not at all match the anticipated taxes that were deferred. The extremely subjective conditions used by governments to find blight could be interpreted extremely broadly, resulting in abuse, potentially even widespread abuse. For instance, such findings have been used in certain areas of Colorado, resulting in virtually no benefit to the public, and indeed lands that were never used in the manner intended by urban renewal authorities. To add affordable housing as a reason to push landowners to either build or sell to have someone else build such housing will only add fuel to this bonfire and invites more and more abuse. I know we all have good intentions, but it does invite abuse. And partnering with interested parties means that government entities are picking winners and losers, as those only chosen by government entities are gaining big time in a boondoggle, and all others are left by the wayside. This is an abuse of government authority and public monies, and I urge you to kill this bill. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Ms. Agan? All right, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Who's next? Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Dan Dorsch. I'm a resident of Cheyenne, and I actually have testimony on behalf of two different organizations. First off, just saying thank you for your time this morning. Secondly, on behalf of the Southeast Wyoming Builders Association, we support and are in favor of this bill and agree with the comments made by Mayor Collins, Wida, and Mr. Napier. Secondly, I would like to speak on behalf of the Workforce Housing Coalition that submitted the memo on affordable housing definition. The definition of 30% of someone's income going to housing costs, that's technically HUD is saying housing affordability, which means nobody should pay more than 30% of their income. Whereas defining affordable housing, we agree with Mayor Collins' statement earlier about using the county AMI definitions for affordable housing. In the memo, it states using 0 to 120%. That is to include what is commonly referred to as maybe attainable or workforce housing as well, but represents the entire spectrum of our housing needs in our state. With that, I appreciate your time and stand for any questions.
Questions for Mr. Dorsch? All right, thank you, Mr. Dorsch.
Thank you.
Anyone else online? Is that it? All right, yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Members of the committee, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, Brenda Henson, Director of the Department of Revenue. First and foremost, I want to thank those representatives from the municipalities for the confidence that they have in the Department of Revenue to promulgate rules. We do appreciate that, and we will do so if it is the wish of this committee and the legislature. One thing I would like to ask is on page 14, Section 2, starting on line 9, where it speaks to the responsibility of the Department of Revenue, I would like to offer a possible amendment. You'll see that the current language states the Department of Revenue shall promulgate all rules necessary to implement this act. And I believe that that truly is a little more far-reaching than what we're talking about today related to the base and how that allocation is. I would like to offer that the committee consider an amendment that would, on line 7, strike all and state rules necessary to implement Wyoming Statute 159120A. That's the language that is specific to property taxes upon property authorized division thereof. That way, there's no indication that we would actually start promulgating rules for the tax increment financing for that entire act. With that, I'd answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Henson? All right, we appreciate you wanting to narrow your power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And responsibility.
And responsibility. Good way to couch it. Yes, Senator Barlow?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I do have a question for the director, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Or the director may wish to respond to, how's that? So in locking this base amount, it seems to me we are creating a subclass within a particular area or within a geographic area of folks that are getting assessed at one value versus folks that are getting assessed at different values when you're locking in a base over a period of time. Is that how you would interpret that? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Barlow. So we'll step back. The assessor's still responsible for valuing these properties at fair market value and applying the level of assessment based on the class of property. If it falls in that all other category, fair market value times current 9.5% is assessed value. So I believe we've met the constitutional requirements. The tax dollar amount is the same to that property owner. It's just the distribution of those tax dollars that is impacted by TIF.
Thank you, Director. All right, I will close public testimony. Committee, what is your pleasure?
Move the bill.
Senator Scott moves the bill, seconded by Senator Barlow. I know you have an amendment, Senator Scott. Why don't you share that with us?
Mr. Chairman, what really is residential property. I think that would prevent most of the abuses we've seen elsewhere. I think you may still need it in the commercial and business area where somebody could be just uncooperative. But I think the one thing we don't want to do is see eminent domain be used to destroy residential properties as it has been in some other states, I believe. So the amendment would be page 10 after line 14, insert 15.9.114, and after the first sentence in 15.9.114, insert the following sentence. The right to acquire property by eminent domain shall not extend to property used by an owner for residential purposes or property which is leased for residential purposes. Mr. Chairman, that language is not perfect, but it'll give us a good placeholder and we can refine it a bit, and maybe Josh can improve it technically a bit. So I'll move that.
Mr. Chairman, is it clear that that just applies to this specific piece of legislation? It's in my mind, it's not that clear.
Mr. Chairman, I think it is if when Josh looks at it, if he thinks it isn't, you could say right to acquire property by eminent domain pursuant to this section. And then for sure it would.
I agree.
Senator Barlow.
Mr. Chairman, discussion on the amendment. I think pursuant to this section actually doesn't, I don't think it refines it enough yet. I think it's pursuant to affordable housing URAs. I think if that's what we're trying to get to is if this is only used for affordable housing URAs, if we're trying to impact the entire URA, then the original language is what you would want. But if it's only the affordable housing component, then I think you actually have to even refine it more, Mr. Chairman. But I just want to make sure I understand the good senator's intent. Thank you.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, my intent is the broader intent because I'm a little afraid they might destroy housing for some commercial project. I think that's been the abuse elsewhere. That's not a housing project. So the broader intent is the answer.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Yin.
Well, so I'm curious if the senator knows of a situation, because this is existing statute, right? Is there an urban renewal project that has condemned and taken a person's home that they're living in? Has it been abused previously? So has your fear already come true? Or are you extending this fear into the future?
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I am not aware and do not think there has been such a thing happen in Wyoming. I have seen numerous accounts of it being done in other states where they have destroyed quite a bit of residential housing with urban development projects. I've read about that at some length. I couldn't tell you the specifics off the top of my head, but I know it has happened.
Do we have a second on the motion?
I just figured whoever was discussing it seconded it, so. So that was Senator Barlow. Now we're back on discussion. Let the minutes reflect that it was Senator Barlow, not Representative Harrelson. Senator Landon.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in discussing the proposed amendment, my only pause to that suggestion by the senator is a lot of the testimony we've gotten on the Judiciary Committee throughout the interim with regard to homelessness, squatter issues, some of these properties that are couched under the term of residential housing are precisely the kind of properties that we're running into all kinds of issues with. Sticking a blanket prohibition on a municipality or town's ability to address something like that gives me a little bit of pause. I totally get where the senator is coming from, but I worry about some of the blight conditions that we have may very well involve a couple of places that somebody says, well, I'm a renter. Can't chase down the owner, can't get this thing cleaned up. It's sat there for years. We've got sometimes 6 or 8 people coming in and out of the place, drug trafficking. So I don't know. I'm trying to fold that into what we've learned on the Judiciary Committee.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, the wording on the amendment where it speaks to property which is owned by the resident. Okay, that's straightforward. Or which is leased for residential purposes. If you can't find an owner, you can't, in the circumstances you're describing where there may be squatting there, that would not be covered by this under that language. Yes, it does limit the municipalities somewhat, but it prevents what's been an abuse in other areas. And I think that's a protection that we do need here to get this passed.
Any other discussion? My only, I'm kind of going back and forth on this because my heartburn is that the purpose of the bill original purpose of the bill was to encourage and incentivize the use of TIF and make it more available as an option with alternatives like the affordable housing definition. That's the original scope of the bill. The TIF already exists in Wyoming and we don't have this protection in place because, as you pointed out, Senator Scott, it hasn't occurred in Wyoming. My only hesitation is that your amendment may be going outside of our original intent of the bill, and I don't understand why it's necessary if it's never happened in Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
This is the time we can do that because we're writing the bill. So this makes it a clear part of the bill, so we're not changing it too much and getting constitutional problems. I think it is necessary, and frankly, I get nervous about the government using eminent domain for very broad purposes, and I think narrowing it a bit to what it sounds like the cities are actually using it for is a useful addition to help us pass the bill because it's not as threatening.
Representative Wiley.
Mr. Chairman, could you achieve that just by forming the language, not being able to convert from residential to industrial or any other forms?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
It would be possible, especially if this is in the bill, to do that. I can't do that right now, right here. That's a more complicated amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just some points for thought. First off, to address Senator Landon's concern, which is a big concern. We've seen things like that in different municipalities where properties are just taken over. But on page 3, it does talk about the deterioration of site or other improvements and diversity of ownership. So possibly that would cover that, where the ownership needs to be addressed, where somebody can't say, well, I've been here for 3 months living here, so you can't kick me out. No, and we're going to deal with that with squatters' bills. But the other thing that I would like to address is that as far as eminent domain, the reason that I believe that we have those issues and we have that conversation is because it does happen. We have not been dealing with properties like this in the state of Wyoming. And so we heard from the mayor that in other states it does happen. At our last meeting, that was my main concern, was how the taxes would be applied, which they've been addressing that today very well, but also because of the overreach for eminent domain. And I mean, it's been happening for years for highways and all kinds of stuff. So to put a thing in there to prevent problems and to prevent and just to spell it out on the front end rather than the back end in lawsuits, I believe would be very advantageous for all of us.
All right. Question on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, I believe that amendment does pass. And we'll just, I'm sure you might have to finagle it a little, Josh, but, because it was written on the fly, so we'll just make sure Josh has the latitude to make it work.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Yin?
I move to amend on page 5, on line 3 and 4, strike all new language after the word is, and replace it with no more, replace the language after is with making no more than 120% of the area median income for the county.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Senator Landon. And,
Mr. Chairman.
sorry, go ahead, Senator Barlow.
Mr. Chairman, so making is kind of an odd word, earning or total household income or something like that. We can, if there's just a friendly to modify that a little bit to make it more, I guess, usable. Are you friendly? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it is friendly to have LSO make it conform to other areas where we talk about income.
Is there a particular place where you found that amendment, or what brought about your
Mr. Chairman, this is the suggestion talked about by most of the testimony in this sheet, saying that they wanted the affordable housing definition to be based on their income rather than the definition that we had in the bill.
And the percentage, was that discussed?
That was in their suggested
That's the memo you're referring to?
memo, yes.
Any-
Mr. Chairman, could you read
Senators-
that amendment back?
Senator Scott, Representative Yin, can you read the amendment one more time?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, it's remove all new language on page 5, line 3, after the word is, and on line 4 as well. So strike all the new language on after is, and insert making no more than 120% area median income for the county, with leeway for LSO to wordsmith. And so it would read, affordable housing means housing where the occupant is making no more than 120% AMI.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Can we talk about?
Oh. I guess we can. Senator Gase.
You know, you can manipulate your income to meet certain things, and I wonder if this is necessarily, I could lower my income to qualify for a program if I could plan ahead in a particular year. You can shift income around, you can game this, maybe that matters, maybe it doesn't. Tell me how that's not a problem. You may have more experience with that up in your neck of the woods.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, I don't manage the Affordable Housing Department in Teton County, so unfortunately, I would not know the history of how people game the affordable housing program there. I would say we could match it up to similar language that we have for the property tax refund program, which is also has an income-based requirement.
But, Mr. Chairman, this would be the individual's income. The tax refund program as a base of the county's affordability. You know, we connected it to that, had the individual connect to the county. This is just saying, you know, this is just out there.
Mr. Chairman, the property tax refund program is based on the area median income of that county, and it's based on the list, I think published by Department of Revenue would be able to tell us, but it is based on the personal income of the property taxpayer.
I don't think we can fix it.
Okay, any other discussion? Maybe we ought to think about it some more. Maybe it's not ready.
Take it up the next meeting.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, if we vote the amendment in, you will definitely put a marker in there and we can modify it on the way through if we get some public reaction that there's a problem there. I think it's worth doing.
Can you read it one more time?
Mr. Chairman, lines 2, 3, and 4 on page 5 would read with the amendment. XX affordable housing means housing where the occupant is making no more than 120% area median income for the county. And this matches the intent from what I understand of the memo that we received, as well as the testimony that we've received.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? That amendment does carry. Any other amendments? Senator Barlow? No? Senator Landry?
Mr. Chairman, I would just move on page 14, line 6 and 7, the proposed amendment by the director. And I apologize, I tried to hurry through and get it all written down, but I'm hoping that Josh maybe was trying to do the same thing. That's where we would insert the language related to rules necessary to implement under 16.9.120. Josh, do you have that?
Mr. Anderson?
I believe so, Mr. Chairman. So with the amendment, it would now read, the amendment would be to line 7, but it would say the Department of Revenue shall promulgate rules necessary to implement 15.9.120A as amended by this act, including amendment of rules previously promulgated.
What he said, Mr. Chairman.
It's the safe way to do it. Seconded by Senator Barlow. Any discussion on this? Representative Ottman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to ask the senator, did that include deleting the word all? I didn't hear that. Did that include deleting the word all?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
All has been deleted.
Question?
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That amendment does pass.
Question on the bill.
Senator Barlow?
Mr. Chairman, so one of the things that Mayor Collins brought up was on page 4 or 3, the new language under blighted area. It includes not less than 4 of the conditions.
Yes.
And I guess I just want to know if there's anybody else that, I mean, I heard that. I just want to know if anybody else thinks that's substantive or any comments on that. Thank you. Besides the mayor who thinks it's substantive. We should eliminate it.
Still trying to figure out where it came from. I don't remember who had proposed it, but that's a departure, quite a substantial departure from the existing law. Representative Ottman?
This is just, Mr. Chairman, this is just a question. Would because I kind of remember it, but I don't, it seemed like we were trying to be careful not to let it just have an open door for anything and everything. So we put, because there was like 10 listed, and so we said not less than 4. But what I was wondering was if adding distressed properties to that definition would cover those properties that may have distress problems, like illegal entry and people squatting and all of those things, and if that would help with those conditions.
Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, my instinct on this is to lower the 4 to 3 or 2 to accommodate the particular problem that we've got here in Cheyenne. And that I'm a little nervous without some restriction that people will find one thing in this great big laundry list and say that justifies a great big project.
I agree. I think that we're going from 0 to 4 is quite a departure from where we were at. We know of at least one project that fell short by one category, one factor. So I think moving it to 2 or 3 would be a lot wiser than jumping all the way to 4. Is that an amendment you want to make?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move on page 3, line 2, delete 4 and insert 2.
Seconded by Senator Barlow. Any other discussion on this? Feeling pretty good about it. It's better than 4. It's not quite 0 or 1, I guess. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Any other amendments to this bill? All right, let's do Senator Barlow.
Mr. Chairman, I think I do want to point out, I think the conversation, and this will be my own to try to understand it better, the conversation that Mr. Riemann brought forth with the County Commission Association, I think that is real and legitimate. And I think as we move forward with this bill, should it go forward and be in the session, I think that is something that we will have to pay particular attention to. Thank you.
All right, let's do a roll call vote. Katie?
Mr. Chairman, this is roll call for 25 LSO 0025, tax increment financing as amended. Senator Barlow?
Aye.
Senator Boner?
Aye.
Senator Landon?
Aye.
Senator Scott?
Aye.
Representative Chadwick?
Aye.
Representative Harrelson?
No.
Representative Harshman?
Aye.
Representative Knapp?
Aye.
Representative Newsom? Representative Ottman?
Aye.
Representative Wiley?
No.
Representative Yin?
Aye.
Co-Chairman Case?
No.
Chairman Olson?
Aye.
11 aye, 3 no.
You just don't want Senate bills. All right. We have one bill left and we're to our scheduled lunchtime. I'm just curious how many, raise your hand if you're here to testify on leasing of government lands. 2?
Get those 2 up.
I'm just thinking we might at least get through the public testimony. We'll see, maybe we can get all the way through the bill. We just knock it out and let's do that. So Josh, can you introduce it to us really quickly?
So, Mr. Chairman, this is yet another bill that came out of the first Lander meeting and then was discussed in Evanston. This one was amended at the last meeting. That's reflected in this current draft, which is 25 LSO 24 Working Draft 0.4. There were 3 amendments. The first was the removal of a section dealing with the exchange of federal lands. That was removed from the bill. And then the other 2 changes I'll get to as I go through the draft. So primarily what this bill does is it makes clear that state lands can be leased for residential purposes. that was omitted from a lot of these lists previously. But you'll see on page 2, that's dealing with institutional lands and just saying that they can be leased, clarifying they can be leased for residential purposes, excuse me. On page 3, line 6, this was one of the changes from the last meeting, increasing that lease term from a maximum of 75 to 99 years. And then also adding that residential property in those 2 places on line 7 and 13. We then add a new subsection E at the bottom of that page stating that when leasing lands for residential purposes, the board shall, to the extent consistent with constitutional requirements, provide a priority for affordable housing projects on state lands that are directly adjacent to or that directly border municipal boundaries. It is in the public interest to facilitate the provision of adequate and affordable housing. And then this subsection F is new amendment from the last meeting, that when leasing lands, state lands, the board shall, to the extent consistent with constitutional requirements, 1, maintain traditional, implicit, or explicit rights of the public to access public or private land through the parcel along a designated path or other means of access, and 2, classify state lands overlapping crucial winter range or migration corridors formerly recognized by Game and Fish as unavailable to lease for residential or other purposes that may negatively impact the crucial winter range. That's the bill, Mr. Chairman. I take any questions.
Questions for LSO? All right, thanks, Josh. All right, why don't you two make your way up here? And whichever one of you wants to start first, that's fine with me.
Mr. Crowder's with the agencies.
Oh, well, I guess we should follow the rules then.
It really is a role.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I
Go ahead.
appreciate that. Jason Crowder, Interim Director for the Office of State Lands and Investments. Noting that it is lunchtime, I'll try to be brief as much as possible. And also noting that we've talked about this bill at length at your previous meetings. So we'll just speak to the new additions that Mr. Anderson spoke about, the new amendments that were brought in, specifically about public access and the wildlife impact components. The first is the public access component. As the bill states now, they would like to keep those rights, and they use the word rights in the draft bill. This is the first time in statute that public access has been alluded to as a right for the public to employ, I guess. Before that, it's always been a privilege that's been granted by the Board of Land Commissioners. In fact, they've done that through rulemaking. In 1988, they created Chapter 13 of the rules, which is general recreational access. And inside of those rules, not only did it grant the public that privilege to access accessible lands, not to trespass to get on there, but accessible lands, but it created some provisions or restrictions or possible restrictions that could be placed for environmental concerns, habitat concerns, and even safety concerns, that the Board of Land Commissioners can restrict that access based on those situations. And so in the draft bill, it seems that we're going away from that and not allowing the Board of Land Commissioners to have that management authority and ensure that on a case-by-case, a parcel-by-parcel analysis can be done when the public is using them to make sure that's appropriate going forward. And of course, that changes through time. The second is the classifying state lands as overlapping for crucial big game winter range or migration corridors. And I just want to highlight for the committee that the Board of Land Commissioners has again done considerable work to be cognizant of that. They've created rules and applied stipulations to leases that not only protect how habitat is understood or operated within. Big game is one, but there's 148 other stipulations that have various components of wildlife habitat. One is even a restriction for the protection of a rare rattlesnake. And so we want to make sure that the Board of Land Commissioners still has that latitude and flexibility to protect anything that might be on a parcel by parcel basis, and that the committee understands that stipulation number 5 is the big game winter range stipulation, that we do work with the Game and Fish Department, apply stipulation number 5 when it's appropriate, when that parcel is overlaid with that, and And in that stipulation, there's a timing requirement where there is no human activity allowed between November 15th and April 30th of each year to provide that protection for those big game species when they're utilizing that area. That's already employed. It's been very successful. It is also allows the Game and Fish Department and the State Land Office to work together when something may need to occur in there. Obviously, polygons are drawn hopefully very accurately, but sometimes very broadly. And there can be on a case-by-case situation development or aspects of development that can occur within that timing stipulation. Obviously, the committee is well aware of the Executive Order 2020-1, which is the governor's executive order for the protection of big game migration ranges. Those are designated ranges by the governor. The way the draft bill is written, they're identified, for lack of a better term, and there's a designation process through that executive order that's extremely rigid. It's very robust, and it's important that all aspects of a migration corridor are understood. All the analysis done by Game and Fish is completed, as well as a public comment period to create that designation or allow the governor to have that designation. That executive order applies to state lands and we adhere to it. So that's already in place. And if there is development opportunity, the executive order stands firm. The Board of Land Commissioners has also developed a stipulation 148, that requires us to abide by that executive order as well. So, Mr. Chairman, that was a quick rundown of my lengthy notes. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Crowder. Are there any questions? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, the provision then on the leasing and the rights on page 4, those that would affect state land generally, would it not? And frankly, the reason I'm asking the question is that my family's ranching operation leases a significant amount of state land, sort of in the normal proportions that it's available in the state. And I've got a conflict on the bill if that language affects it.
Director Crowder.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, I think it's a good question. It's important to note that this bill is specific to state lands that are adjacent or close to a municipality. So I'm not sure exactly where your leases sit, but if that's the case, then yes, there would be a cross there.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, it looks to me that it says when leasing state lands, the board shall. It's not clear to me that that is specific.
Subsection F.
Senator Scott, would it make any difference to you? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if we modified F to say when leasing state lands pursuant to the section above?
Mr. Chairman, that would remove the conflict and then I could oppose the bill generally.
I think that's a good way to go, Senator Scott.
All right. Any other questions for the director? All right, thank you. You're on deck.
Hello, Chairman Olson, Chairman Case, members of the committee. My name is Megan Riley. I'm here on behalf of the Wyoming Outdoor Council, and I would like to thank you for your diligent work to provide relief to the people of Wyoming struggling in the face of the affordable housing shortage. This is a necessary and important topic for the legislature to tackle. I definitely appreciate the points that the good interim director has brought up before this committee. I think speaking to the amendment that discusses implicit or explicit rights of public access, starting on line 17, going to line 18, my organization would be comfortable if that were changed in the language to say privileges rather than rights. I think the reason that we suggested that amendment was because we would anticipate the public fronting opposition to these sorts of residential leases on state land if it is cutting them off from public land that they have accessed for decades. I think many of us are familiar with similar places in our own communities. I know in Du Bois we have state land that people traverse to get to public land, and they would be very surprised and upset if that were to change. I think that it's in the interest of seeing these kind of residential leases be successful to have some kind of option for the public to continue to access public land that they have accessed traditionally. As to the point about stipulations that are in place from the Office of State Lands and Investment to protect wildlife, it's true, there are hundreds of stipulations. My understanding is that most of these have been drafted and applied in the case of mineral leasing, oil and gas. I'm not sure that they have been applied as much in special use leasing, which is, I believe, what we'd be looking at in this instance. And I would point out that in the case of mineral extraction, we're looking at a use that has a sunset date as those resources are extracted. There is a process in place for reclamation to occur. We're talking about residential development, which is extremely disruptive to wildlife habitat. We're looking at extending these leases up to 99 years. So I believe the intent is for these to be a permanent fixture on the landscape, which in my organization's view makes it important to have a little bit more protection in place than the Office of State Lands and Investment has had for other types of wildlife habitat in the past. I believe that in particular, we do have the Migration Corridor Executive Order, which is very comprehensive. As far as the stipulation for protection for crucial winter range, my understanding is that is no human presence during that critical winter period during infrastructure development and building. I don't believe there's no human presence on those parcels during that period after the development is in place. So I hope that I can be corrected if I'm wrong on that point. But I'll get on with where I want to finish my testimony. We would argue that in most instances, residential development will be proposed adjacent to existing municipalities where wildlife habitat conflicts are low, and it is unlikely the amendment on page 4, line 22 will stymie the kind of development this bill seeks to encourage. However, we would be comfortable changing this amendment language to require review and approval by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department for residential development proposed in crucial winter range or in migration corridors. This would provide the Office of State Lands and Development greater flexibility in issuing these leases while still ensuring appropriate accommodations are put in place for sensitive wildlife habitat. As you strive to provide relief to Wyomingites in the face of the affordable housing crisis, we believe your constituents will thank you for adopting language in this bill that maintains access to public land and supports the health of our wildlife populations. By exploring amendments to address these issues in the draft bill, we believe the intent to create opportunities for affordable housing will be preserved and help avoid pushback from local communities when residential development is proposed. I thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I'm happy to share draft language that I spoke about for the wildlife amendment or answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Riley?
Those are good ideas.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any public testimony online? Ms. Hagan, welcome back.
Shut up.
Can you hear me, Chairman?
Sure can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I apologize. This comment's going to be a little bit longer. My name is Carrie Agin, resident of Buffalo and retired geologist. I'm going to be lumping together a couple of topics which are both indicated in this bill draft. The only current housing occurring on state, county, and city lands are essentially carve-outs for very specific uses, and many of these uses are seasonal. I'm including mention of county and city lands, as well as once the state does so, it seems that counties and cities are quick to follow, and for other reasons I will make clear. To open all state, county, and city lands for full-time year-round housing for general members of the public is essentially a land grab for developers and a government giveaway of land to developers and those to be housed upon those lands. Just to remind us all, state lands are not owned by the state, county lands are not owned by the county, city lands are not owned by the city, and federal lands are not owned by the federal government. These lands, all of these lands, are owned by the legal citizens of this country, state, county, city, and the governments at various levels manage these lands on our behalf. To add an entirely new use of publicly owned lands must be put to the public in a vote, not simply made legal via legislation. I'm sorry, there's a little bit more, I apologize. In addition, housing is considered permanent. Therefore, to make publicly owned lands available for full-time year-round housing of anyone alters the character of those lands permanently. And with a 99-year lease, that is more than the lifetime of anyone existing right now, most people. These parcels will go from being open for multiple uses by all members of the public to being used for only one use and for a very limited number of people. For instance, a parcel in Buffalo was being considered to be leased for housing. At the moment, the entire city of Buffalo and the entire general public can enjoy that parcel for many uses. But if leased for housing, which again is permanent, then only those planned 24 units worth of the public will be able to use that parcel and for only one use, housing. And the city council wanted to make the leasing of any and all undeveloped city lands available via a resolution to be made by 5 Buffalo residents, the city council, not the entire city. And the resolutions, and resolutions only require a very short time notification to the public in the newspaper. Then those resolutions can be voted upon by the council, and it's a done deal. Thankfully, numerous Buffalo residents commented on this scheme and it was defeated. And the developer, who cried about not being able to afford to buy land, which is why he approached the city about leasing, very soon thereafter found land to purchase to build upon. Thus, the entire problem was not really a problem at all, as it was resolved and very quickly and amicably. To repeat, again, I'm sorry, a little bit longer, to repeat, full-time year-round housing for the public on publicly owned lands is essentially a land grab for developers and a publicly owned land giveaway by the various government entities. That's essentially what this amounts to. Not only are grants being made available to build affordable housing, whatever the definition of that is, and it seems to be changing all the time, grants of public monies, taxpayer monies made available by government entities, and then affordable housing will likely also include individuals and families on public assistance. And I mean no respect or criticism of folks needing help. I'm just emphasizing the use of taxpayer monies for the housing of others that benefit the few. And now various government entities are also considering making publicly owned lands available for use by only a relatively few people. This is a giveaway of our lands to these few folks and the developers. This is a boondoggle for the developers, as they wouldn't be required to repurchase lands for their housing developments, which again, the instance in Buffalo, it was resolved. And if such lands are leased, that still leaves the government entities and ultimately the public on the hook for how well or unwell these lands are used. And if a lease falls through, then also maintaining the buildings and caring for the folks living on those lands until a new lessee can be found. Is that truly the best use of government employees and other resources? Is that truly what the public, the true owners of that land, really want? The only way to determine that is to put it to a vote, put it on the ballot. My advice to you, Chairman, and I have to speak to you as that's a protocol, but I'm speaking to everyone considering this incredible folly, be they members of the committee or all other legislators, other state electeds, including the government, other employees, county folks, city folks, everyone. Please tread carefully. This is a gigantic folly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hagan. Any questions, committee? Yes, Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ms. Hagan, I think I would disagree with you on some of those points. However, my question to you is
Yes.
there a solution that you would suggest that the legislature take on to help work on our affordable housing problem throughout the state?
Ms. Hagan.
Thank you, Chairman and Representative Yen. What has been covered so far this morning, I think, is sufficient. I think there's enough tools in the toolbox. And as a number of mayors have testified, if the state stays out of it, they can often find solutions on their own. So that would be what I would suggest, is to go with the tools that are there. I'm not for tax increment financing, as you know, and then let the cities figure it out. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hagan. We appreciate you joining us and giving us your testimony.
Thank you.
Any others wishing to testify on this bill? Closing public comment? Committee? What is your pleasure?
I'll move Bill.
Moved by Senator Case. Seconded by Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, if a couple of prefatory remarks. This isn't necessarily applied to state trust lands. This is all state lands. And we have a particular issue in Wyoming. You know, when they laid out our state organization, they set aside lands for the university, for the prison, for the poor farm in Lander, which evolved into the Wyoming Life Resource Center. The Riverton's got a facility, Evanston's got a facility, and they had lots of state lands adjacent to them. And they were next to the boundary of these communities. And the idea was they were supposed to be kind of part of the community. But over time, the agricultural purpose of those institutions kind of shifted. They don't have supporting farms anymore. We don't do it that way. They still have considerable land right next to these communities, which now are much different communities than when our statehood was founded and later on when the institutions came about. These towns need places to grow. They really, really do. I don't know if this is the panacea to do that, but that land that's right next to the communities where the extension of infrastructure is easy, and that's logical ways for these communities to grow. Doesn't work for everybody in Wyoming, but if affordable housing is a tool in part of that, it's not a panacea. I think if we were to consider to move this forward, the restrictions about public access, remember, come back to the fact that this is a community and their land right next to it. The citizens have been using this land, you know, walk their dogs, you know the drill. So the restriction that's proposed on page 4 of the bill really just, you know, we try to maintain this implicit deal, and I would support changing rights to privileges or use. We could even weaken it further. But the idea is we develop these lands as thinking that we're always part of these communities. I think we should limit the application of the leasing to land for this purpose, refer back to E. And I don't know which way to go on the wildlife, but I think including the game and fish makes some sense. Again, these are lands right next to communities, which may have a lot of wildlife, but it's not necessarily the best place in the world for wildlife, probably. Anyway, those are thoughts. I hope we would work it a little bit and get it going. I have some amendments at appropriate time.
Oh, let's hear those amendments.
Okay, first one is to, on page 4, section F, Josh, it's a conceptual amendment, but when leasing state lands pursuant to subsection E is really what I want to say. Okay, the section directly above. That would be the first amendment. The next amendment would be to take the word rights and change that to privileges on page 4, line 18. And I think I'll just stop there. I don't know how to deal with the game and fish one, but that's 2 pieces of an amendment. It's divisible, but I think both make sense and soften the implications.
Okay, do we have seconded by Senator Barlow? Any discussion on these amendments? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those amendments do carry.
Mr. Chairman, I would also pursue a softer way to, on page 4, a little Romanet 2, if it's just a designation of critical winter range, you know, there are different ways to work through this, and sometimes seasonal restrictions might exist, although this is housing. Sometimes there may be other solutions, set-asides of land, I don't know, offsets. But if we were to just say, consult with the Game and Fish Commission concerning state lands that overlap critical winter range. So line 22 would direct the Board of Land Commissioners and the staff to consult with the Game and Fish Department, let's use department instead of commissioners, concerning overlapping crucial winter range or migration corridors.
Okay, seconded by Representative Yen. Discussion on this amendment?
Question?
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
That amendment does carry as well. Any other amendments to this bill?
Question on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I will say that the amendment that we passed earlier does remove the conflict that I would have had on the bill, because I don't think any of our land's going to be close enough to a city to be leased for urban purposes in my lifetime. The conflict was over the other provisions, which I tend to support, but I thought that when we limited it to just the potential lands that might be leased here, I would like to say I'm going to vote against the bill. And the reason is that in general, I think our policy was state-owned lands that get to the point where they're a logical part of an urban development. That's the one case where it makes a lot of sense to me to sell the lands so that the landowner, and so that the potential housing owner owns the land under it. I think that solves a lot of problems. I think that's a better way to go. I wouldn't see leasing state lands for residential purposes, except in some very rare instances, Mr. Chairman, where the residential use was going to be clearly temporary. And Mr. Chairman, this gets the state into leasing land for residential purposes on a permanent basis. And whereas in general, it's a good idea for the state to hang on to lands. That's been a financially sound decision for the state. When you get to the point of somebody's going to live on it, I think we ought to sell it, not lease it, Mr. Chairman. So against the bill.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to talk in support of what Senator Scott was just saying, because we do have some beautiful lots in Fremont County that aren't used for agriculture anymore, so you can see that there could be another lease. They're not supporting the original purpose or structure or business or whatever it is that they were created to do. But I also know in our county that we have government housing that is just dreadful. It has turned into a slum. We all remember the projects from the 70s. And so leasing for residential, when, as far as payments and as far as care and as far as upkeep and as far as all of the things that go along with people and their personal lifestyles, I think it's a very dangerous proposition. So I'd be against it. Thank you.
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So proposing a transaction, currently our statute says anyone can submit a proposal to the OSLI for the sale, exchange, or acquisition of state lands. Next would be analyzing the proposal. The OSLI analyzes the proposal, determine if it meets the objective of the legislature and the OSLI, and then there's public comment. So we already have a mechanism in place to take property that is no longer serving its use and putting it into a position where we don't have a public-private partnership, but we actually release property through sale to private for the purpose of building housing or whatever other function it may pose. But I think when we start locking leases in like this, it creates a policy I don't know if we really want to go down. And so with that, I think that we already have a mechanism in place that we can do what we need to do to fulfill this need without actually opening up a lease, long-term lease into residential properties.
All right, other discussion, Representative Yin?
Mr. Chairman, so there are two big things that this bill does. I think, I don't want to put words in the mouth of OSLI, but I believe that in previous testimony, they stated that residential would technically still be an allowable lease with or without the bill, and that was their position. The big change is the 75 to 99, so we're adding 24 years. And that, I think, is because of the need for lenders to have that certainty of that 99-year lease, because generally, when you have leased land for housing without a 99-year lease, they're unwilling to lend for it. And then the other big part is actually the protections for those lands that get turned in residential. So while we already have in the allowance for residential leases, we don't have those protections for wildlife. We don't have those protections for keeping access through those lands. And I think that's actually a big part of why we'll be voting yes, that it is appropriate for us to add those protections in.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I think, at least is another way to do this. It has some advantages in the end that if we're trying to achieve some outcomes by selling the land, but yet we want some outcomes with respect to density, with respect to access, with respect to wildlife, then we've got to work at covenants and have an agreement with sellers that bind future buyers and sellers. That's not always so easy to do. With a lease, it's pretty clear that we could maintain those restrictions. Doesn't mean it would necessarily be the right tool, but it's not much different than selling or leasing. And we've got, if you get the term up to 99 years, you can have an honest discussion both ways. One thing is you lease it, you always have the right of future use after that. And that may have advantages. You also have a little bit more control. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, I'm generally in favor, in all my years of doing this, to give bills some breathing space, and I tend to vote to forward them to our colleagues just because usually the policy consideration is worth informing the rest of the body. I'm not sure I'm there on this bill. I guess I'm going to support it today and let it work. We've got a long ways to go with it, and there's opportunities for us to work the bill and make whatever changes. And if it doesn't survive the session, that's the way it goes. But so I'll vote to forward the bill. I've got some, I don't know if I'll support it later on. Thank you.
All right, ready to vote. Can do a roll call vote on this bill.
Mr. Chairman, roll call vote for 25 LSO 0024, leasing of government lands as amended. Senator Barlow?
Aye.
Senator Boner?
No.
Senator Landon? Aye. Senator Scott?
No.
Representative Chadwick? Aye. Representative Harrelson?
No.
Representative Harshman?
Aye.
Representative Knapp?
No.
Representative Newsom? Aye. Representative Ottman?
No.
Representative Wiley?
No.
Representative Yen?
Aye.
Co-Chairman Case? Chairman Olson? Seven to seven.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, the result of the vote on that bill was 7 to 7, and as a tie, it fails.
Okay, so the bill has failed. It's 12:45, time to get out of here. Can we just come back at 2 o'clock at the start of the afternoon?
Okay.
All right, that's
Okay.
not,
We are,
Remember, we used to have a cafeteria in the Capitol, and we don't all go home and have the servants fix us food.